Welcome to the 2023 Kyiv Jewish Forum hosted by the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine and Tablet magazine. I am Natalka Pisna, and it is an honor to have you here today. Each year, the Kyiv Jewish Forum brings together the world's top leaders, executives, officials, and opinion makers to discuss the most pressing challenges facing Ukraine and Jewish communities around the world. This year, we are focusing on an issue of global significance: the one-year anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, one of the most disruptive and violent wars of our time. The bravery, dignity, and resilience of the Ukrainian people in their fight for freedom and independence has inspired countries, communities, institutions, and millions of people all around the world to stand with Ukraine. We are bringing you panel discussions, interviews, and remarks from the world leaders in politics, economics, intelligence, and national security. We'll also be joined by philosophers and military strategists and religious leaders, as well as prominent representatives of Jewish communities from around the globe. You can watch the whole 2023 Kyiv Jewish Forum on our website, kyivjewishforum.com, or click the link under this video if you're watching us on YouTube. And now I am honored to invite Boris Ложкін, president of the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine, entrepreneur, philanthropist, and an author, to kick the forum.
Shalom, dear friends. Welcome to the Kyiv Jewish Forum. This year our forum will take place in Washington. The American capital is especially important now. It is here that the key decisions of our time are being made. That is, the decisions on which the future of both Ukraine and the civilized world depend. This year we are co-hosting the forum with the Tablet, the leading American Jewish online magazine. My deepest gratitude goes out to them. Thank you for your partnership. The main and sadly unavoidable theme of this year's forum can only be the war. It is now a year since the start of the deadliest conflict that Europe has seen in many decades. Last February, almost no one believed that Ukraine would be able to withstand the brutal assault of the aggressor state. An aggressor state whose military force and prowess we had all been told far surpassed those of Ukraine. In this moment of existential danger, Ukraine could only rely on three key factors: the determination of Ukrainians to defend their country, the resilience and courage of the military political leadership led by President Zelensky, and the support of the many friends who quickly united to help. Stand with Ukraine. The slogan of this forum is not merely an appeal to our friends all over the world. It is also a resounding statement of support that has allowed the nation to continue to fight and to win decisive victories on the battlefield. The year of this war should also rightfully be called the year of unification. This year's challenges have united all Ukrainian citizens, including ethnic Ukrainians, Russians, Poles, Tatars, Greeks, and Jews, into one unified political nation. This terrible war has also united all of our friends around the world. We are immensely grateful to all of our partners for their unity in helping Ukraine. We appreciate immensely the scope and breadth of US leadership in organizing and leading that support. The global Jewish community has also contributed to the survival of the country. Not long ago, it was awarded the most prestigious award in the Jewish world, the Genesis Prize, for that contribution. All Jews, both individually and organizationally, have been declared laureates of the prize. All of them have helped Ukrainians survive these 12 months, and they continue to help. We will discuss all of that at our forum. We will also discuss another important issue. The future of Europe and the entire civilized world depends on Ukraine. The victory of Ukraine will mean the victory of international democratic order, an order that is underpinned by democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. The efforts of this coalition of Ukraine's friends must ensure that Russia is punished for its act of aggression, as well as for the many war crimes and crimes against humanity that have been committed on our soil. That is the only outcome that will deter other authoritarian regimes from waging aggressive wars in the future. After the inevitable victory, the complex process of restoration and the birth of a new Ukraine awaits us. What will it be like? Some of the discussion of the next 2 days will be devoted to answering that question. With the support of its friends, Ukraine can build a model of a state in Europe similar to the Israeli one. It will become a country with a developed economy, innovative technologies, a powerful defense sector, and a society that values human life above all else. That issue will also be discussed by our distinguished speakers. Our speakers will also touch upon the role of American bipartisan support for Ukraine, as well as the formation of an incipient Russian-Iranian axis, as well as the impact of the war on the situation in the Middle East. I'm sincerely grateful to all the distinguished speakers joining the discussions of our forum. I would like also to thank our Ukrainian media partners. Helping covering the events of the forum has been provided by Новое Время, RBC Ukraine, Обозреватель, Telegraph. Stand with Ukraine. Let's begin the discussion.
Isaac Herzog was a guest of the last Kyiv Jewish Forum right before the start of the war. At the end of 2021, Ukraine and Israel celebrated 30 years of establishing diplomatic relations and honored the memory of victims of Babi Yar together, with President Herzog coming to the memorial ceremony in Kyiv. A few months later, Russian missiles flew into Babi Yar. Today, Isaac Herzog is a guest of our forum again, speaking on behalf of the people of Israel to the people of Ukraine.
Shalom, my friends, from the President's residence in Jerusalem. It was only a little more than a year ago that I trod upon the sacred ground of Babi Yar, that site which tells so powerfully the story of one of the darkest chapters of human history, also tells a major piece of both Jewish and Ukrainian history, which are so closely and eternally bound to each other. What has happened in a short space of a year since that visit is difficult to comprehend, let alone to put into words. Lives have been turned upside down, families and communities ripped apart, a world utterly transformed and shuttered. My friends, Israel stands with you, our Jewish brothers and sisters, and Israel stands with the entire people of Ukraine in this hour of peril and war. I've spoken to President Zelensky, and I've expressed my support for the people of Ukraine and for his leadership. My wife, Michal, has established a special connection with the Ukrainian people. She's also sought to use Israel's experience contending with war conditions and post-traumatic stress to help bring healing to people whose lives have become imprinted with so much pain. We carry you in our hearts, and we continue to show up with the resources of minds, hands, and bodies to offer aid and assistance. My friends, I'm grateful to this forum, which continues to bring people together to think jointly about how to lean in to the resources of community and connection, even in this difficult hour. I thank Ina Yoffe, Director of the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine, and Boris Lozhkin, its president, as well as Tablet Magazine, and all of you tuning in from around the world who are bringing your presence, attention, and care. I send blessings of strength and share my deepest hopes for a more softer and kinder future. I'm carrying the deepest fraternal blessing of peace from the city of Yerushalayim, whose name means peace. And may it embrace each and every one of you in a spirit of healing and comfort. Yisa Hashem panav elecha ve'asem lecha shalom. Toda rabba.
Next, from our studio in London, we have an interview with another determined leader, the former Prime Minister of Great Britain and great supporter of Ukraine, Boris Johnson.
Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Glory to the heroes.
Yes, Heroes Slava, as they say in Ukraine.
And they are heroes.
The Ukrainians
Yes.
are heroic, and the Ukrainian armed forces are heroic, and everybody in Ukraine who has helped to put their lives at risk day in, day out, to rescue people, the emergencies, they're all completely heroic. And they're heroes. But I think the Ukrainian leadership has also been heroic.
And you were just there.
I was there a few weeks ago. Yes.
Tell us what you saw.
I saw some of the suburbs of Kyiv, which I hadn't really looked at before, and I saw the the residue of the Russian attacks, and I saw appalling destruction of the.
What does
buildings.
a year of war mean for people living there?
It's been a catastrophe. And what I saw was how Putin is able to drop like a 500-kilo bomb on an 8-story block of flats and just reduce it to nothing, with no conscience at all, no understanding of the laws of war or humanity. But he's doing it the whole time across all of occupied Ukraine and all the bits that he's attacking. And he's torturing, maiming, murdering innocent civilians the whole time.
And we hear about the heroic Ukrainian resistance, but that daily toll, people living without heat, people living without electricity, without water.
Yeah, I'm so worried about Ukraine fatigue. I'm so worried that people don't understand the urgency of helping Ukraine. You know, this thing is not getting any, the suffering is appalling. They're losing many brave young men and women in combat. They're losing civilians. Children are being killed in attacks on innocent centers of population. They need help. They need more equipment. And the faster we give it, the better.
Today, President Zelensky came here to London and asked for planes.
He did. He gave a remarkable speech, and he was very focused on planes. I was very struck by how much emphasis he put on the need for jets, and it's absolutely true. They need a load of stuff to stop the Russian aggression, but also to retake the ground that Russia has occupied. That's the only way to finish this thing off. You have to get
there's a reluctance.
The land bridge.
There's a strange reluctance to provide Ukraine with the actual weapons it needs to win the war.
But don't forget, there's always been a reluctance. So right back at the beginning, a year ago, more than a year ago now, 18 months ago, I remember when Ben Wallace and I, the UK Defence Secretary, were first considering whether or not to send shoulder-launched anti-tank weaponry, NLAWs. We had the system saying, no, this will be an escalation, it'll provoke the Russians. We did it. It was invaluable. The NLAWs, the javelins, which the US sent, Donald Trump sent, actually were invaluable in allowing the Ukrainians to protect themselves in that battle space that I saw around Kyiv. Then we had an argument about HIMARS, and then an argument about the multiple launch rocket systems.
Right. Battle tanks. They shouldn't have battle tanks.
Argument, correct, and then an argument about battle tanks. And every time we've come to these forks in the road, we've always taken the option of giving the Ukrainians what they need. But we've done it slowly. And my argument would be, let's stop this titration of support. Let's stop these pipette drops of assistance. I'm not saying these are
what they need faster.
We're giving huge amounts of assistance. And I by the way, I really congratulate and thank profoundly the United States of America. I think what America is doing is fantastic. And I think once again, America is the arsenal of democracy.
You were just in the US. You were just in the US as well. But you must have heard the reluctance, certainly on the Republican side of the aisle, which is odd. Traditionally,
yes, I want to caveat. I think that needs to be put in context. I thought that the overwhelming bulk of the Republicans I met were very strong, and indeed, most of the people I spoke to, Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham, Kevin McCarthy, a lot of senators, a lot of Congress, they were actually keen to go faster even than Joe Biden is going. So they were outflanking on that side. But you're right, there are some who take a very peculiar view of what is going on, and I really can't explain it. And they somehow have come to identify through a really weird piece of logic Putin with conservatism, or upholding conservative values, and Ukraine as being woke. I mean, give me a break. How is it conservative to set about extinguishing democracy and freedom in an innocent European country? And how's it conservative, by the way, to encourage the persecution of minority Christian groups, for instance, that don't subscribe to the Orthodox faith? There's nothing conservative about anything that Putin is doing. So I don't understand this. You're right to point at this strain of thinking. I don't believe it's prevalent, and the vast majority of the Republicans I met were really solid.
Now, you were in Kyiv in January a year ago as well, correct?
I was in Kyiv in January. It would have been January. No,
January and February.
And February,
Yes,
yes.
and February.
Just in February, yes, that's right. Yes.
At that time, did you think that Putin was going to invade Ukraine?
Well, we had the evidence that he was going to.
But did you believe that was something that would actually happen? So it was a very interesting situation. Everything we saw. So I thought, reading his crazy manifesto, his weird essay, treatise about Ukraine, I thought that this guy plainly doesn't think Ukraine's a proper country. This is a mad, chauvinistic, imperialistic battle plan. He's going to do something. And so we formed that view in the UK government. How early did you form that view? Because you were sending anti-tank weapons in January, right?
Yeah, so months before.
Right.
So we started the process of trying to send the anti-tank weapons way before January, because as I said to you earlier, it was laborious to persuade people that this was the right thing to do even within our own system. Actually, they got there in the middle of January, which was the nick of time.
And so November was the point, right? Somewhere around November 10th, where you would have received warnings that these unusual troop concentrations.
That's right. So we started to get these very, very convincing intelligence reports, and not just from the US intelligence, but from our own intelligence services. And they were saying that 115 battalion tactical groups were massing on the border with Ukraine, and there seemed to be no other purpose but to invade. And when I went there, however, what was interesting was that there was a kind of mood of slight denial in Kyiv itself. And it was only afterwards I understood why that was. I think Volodymyr Zelensky perfectly knew that Putin was massing for an attack. But as a responsible leader who was about to become a war leader, he could not say to his population, we're all about to be attacked by the Russian army.
Why terrify them?
Because they would have stampeded away from those places where resistance was going to be so absolutely vital. And plus there would have been, further economic carnage as well.
Those are very hard decisions to make as a leader. You're sitting there and you're thinking, if I tell people what's actually going to happen, they'll run away. If I don't tell them what's going to happen, they're going to be they're going to be in the path of this war machine.
Yeah.
People will die.
Well, I think it was an appalling situation he found himself in. And so I warned him that what we were seeing in the intelligence, and also, of course, assured him that we would do everything we could to support.
And in those early visits before the war, you formed a bond with him.
Yes, so I'd met him way back, I think a couple of years previously, and he'd come to London, we got on well. He's a very amusing, entertaining guy. He's got he's come out of showbiz, really, but he's an extremely talented guy, and he wants the right things for Ukraine. I think the UK government has always been very, very supportive of Ukraine, but we've always been concerned about corruption, about the general direction of the country, and Zelensky seemed to have the right ideas. Amusing,
youthful, friendly, but no one saw the person who has emerged as a result of the war.
I think that's right. I think he has a hardness and a toughness and a clarity about what he wants that no one expected. But he's more than risen to the occasion.
When the war started, February 24th, how long did your intelligence and defense people think it was going to last?
So it's on February the 24th, we get the first, I'm woken at 4:30 in the morning, and I have Volodymyr Zelensky on the line, and he tells me that it's, what's happening. They're being attacked from north, east, south. It's an absolute, it's all-out war, he says. Planes are coming in from Belarus, they're bombing all the airports. And at that stage, the military advice that we were getting, and I think that many other countries were getting, was, look, the Ukrainians are probably going to be overwhelmed within a matter of days. But I didn't believe that, because I had been to Ukraine a couple of times, and I'd talked to them. I talked to people who'd been fighting in the Donbass, and I thought they're very brave. I mean, these are very tough guys, right? You know.
It helps to actually go. It helps to actually go to the place.
And so I went to places like there's a pub in Kyiv which is patronized by the veterans of the Donbass conflict, and you know it's studied. It's got bullets all over instead of wallpaper, and it's they are very, very tough guys. Yeah. And 10 million Ukrainians fought in the Second World War, and they saw off the Nazis. My
family's Ukrainian, and
right.
Well, yeah.
Right. And they took
people forgot in the West.
What they forgot was, Stalin's armies defeated Hitler, and so they thought, when Russia invades, that must be. But what they forgot was that 10 million of Stalin's armies were Ukrainians.
Yeah. And people also forgot, in a more recent context, that the war hadn't begun when Putin launched this invasion. The war had begun in 2014.
That's so right.
And thousands of people had been killed in battle.
14,000. Yeah. 14, and so that's so right. And Ukraine had already become a very tough, society that was used to suffering and that was very battle hardened. Very battle-hardened. And one of the interesting things, actually, when you go to Ukraine, as I've done several times since the conflict began, since Putin's invasion, is we talk a lot about Western training, and we're going to train them to do this. They know about as much about war fighting as anybody in the world now. There's not a lot.
Right.
They're very, very brave.
Yep. How did you understand Putin's initial war plan, which resulted in this vast 60-mile-long column of tanks being set on fire day after day? But obviously that's not what he intended.
No, but this is a famous disaster, strategic disaster, which is what people don't understand is that those columns of tanks. Partly it was because the N-laws were shooting them up, and they were being interrupted on their roads and getting into traffic jams. They were running out of fuel and so on. But what they were really Ubers that were going on their way to pick up their passengers, which were the crews for the tanks, which were all going to arrive at the airport at Hostomel. Right. And the trouble, and so it was the battle for Hostomel Airport.
Let's talk about that battle because I'm fascinated by it.
Well, look, I can't tell you, you really need a military expert, but what happened, as I understand it, was that the Russians landed, and then the Ukrainians had been supplied with an awful lot of intelligence about what was going to happen, and they were ready. They shot the Russians up so badly that the Russians had to retreat, then the Russians tried again. And essentially, even though Hostomel Airport was not very far away from Kyiv itself, they couldn't capture it. And because they couldn't capture the airport, they couldn't bring their tank crews in, and so there was nothing for the tank. So the tanks, there was no point in the tanks even getting to Kyiv because their crews weren't there. So the whole thing was a massive logistical disaster.
And the airport was defended by 500 local guardsmen, mostly with rifles, right, and a few missiles.
I think the story of Hostomel airport is a complex one.
Tell me what.
There are bits and pieces that you'd have to wait.
How much intelligence had they been given?
We don't comment on all that sort of stuff. We don't comment on all that sort of stuff.
You would say that that they were aided.
The Ukrainians were fantastically brave, and the basic difference is that the Ukrainians, and the Ukrainians are fighting for hearth and home. They're fighting for their country. They're fighting for their families. What are Putin's troops fighting? They don't even know why they're fighting. They're poor, terrified conscripts or jailbirds.
For a victory parade they were promised and that never happened.
Correct. Remember what Robert S. McNamara says after the end of the Vietnam War. He says, we weren't fighting communism, we were fighting nationalism. And the truth is that Putin has actually created and intensified the most passionate national feeling anywhere in Europe. And that is going to be an absolutely unbudgeable, unbreakable force.
Whatever arguments one might have had about the existence of a separate Ukrainian nation before the war,
Putin
certainly will never be those arguments again.
If Putin set out to prove himself wrong, he could not have done so in a more decisive and elegant way. You know, it's over, that argument.
Now, you visited Kiev in April. And I remember the shots of those eerily empty streets with you and Zelensky walking together and one or two or three other humans visible somewhere.
Yeah. No, it was a bit spooky because Volodymyr Zelensky hadn't been out of his bunker for about 6 weeks, as I understood things, and he certainly hadn't done a walkabout like that. I mean, he'd been around, but he hadn't done a thing where you walk around the streets and meet people. And you're right, there weren't that many people around because it was still pretty unclear.
Who in their right mind would let the Prime Minister of Britain go running loose in Kiev with Vladimir Putin's assassins everywhere?
But
it was kind of nuts. How did you?
No, I don't think so. I think that the Ukrainians had done an amazing job. I think they'd cleared the Russians out of Kiev, and there might have been a few stay behind Russians somewhere in Kiev, but or Chechens or whatever. But the chances.
Why did you feel that it was important for you to go there then?
This was April. I tell you why. It was because there was a sort of conversation building that there might be a deal. Do you remember all this stuff going on in Belarus, and there was, and I.
You've put up a brave fight for 6 weeks. That's wonderful. We all know you're going to lose eventually. Let's end this.
There was a bit of that. There was a bit of that, and everybody was going off to see Putin and just trying to see what conversation there could be. And of course, I couldn't see the logic of any of that because there was no deal you could do with Putin. Even if you could persuade the Ukrainians to do a land for peace deal, whatever, give Putin some of the stuff he'd conquered already in exchange, be Mariupol, whatever, and then he retires from the rest. Even if you did that, which would be morally obnoxious, catastrophic, you couldn't rely on him to observe the agreement you'd reached, because he's shown by his actions in 2014 and since 2014 that he's prepared to do it again and again and again.
How intense? So there was how intense was that pressure?
I don't know. I don't think that Zelensky came anywhere near to doing. I don't think to doing a bad deal for Ukraine. But I certainly think there was a lot of chatter in the West about it. And my purpose really was to tell him that that he would have the UK's unwavering support. And the position that we took from day one, literally from day one, was Putin must fail and Ukraine must succeed, or Ukraine must win.
Now, one of the things that is very, very interesting to me, coming from an American perspective, not only was your leadership wonderful and instrumental, but you were joined. This was a consensus across the parties in the political system in Britain.
Yeah.
There really was support for Ukraine on the left. There was support on the right. If there was criticism of you, people would find some criticism that, the weapons aren't reaching there fast enough.
Absolutely.
Right? It was not a question of why are we involved? Why are we spending money? Who cares about these people? What accounts for that?
It's a really good question. I think that the Ukrainian ambassador to the UK is interesting on this. It just something about what happened in Ukraine really struck a chord with the British people. And in some deep emotional way, we sympathized with the Ukrainians in their struggle and in their suffering. And I think it's as simple as that. People just opened their hearts to Ukraine.
And was it also the fact that Ukrainians were defending themselves? It was not, come rescue us. It was, help us.
I think that's right. And I think the crucial thing about the way it all unfolded was that in those first few days, it was clear that those of us who'd believed in Ukraine, who'd believed they would fight, were going to be proved right. And that became a virtuous, self-reinforcing phenomenon, because the more they resisted, the more on Capitol Hill there was support for Ukraine. That was the crucial thing. I repeat, it's that huge support that's come from the United States of America.
Can we move the American monster, the Pentagon, the rest of it, and tilt it a little further?
Every time the US has been tested in its resolve on this, there's always been a delay, but in the end, the United States of America has come in and exceeded expectations. So look, I'm just confident that America will continue to help and do the right thing.
Another thing that interests me politically about this, I saw a quote the other day from John Major, and he said that, well, Brexit is a disaster because if someday we really need to take a tough stand on something like China, then we'll be alone and we won't be able to do anything. Whereas if we were in the EU, right? Except this proves the opposite, doesn't it?
Complete nonsense. Exactly, because if we'd been locked in the EU system, with the common foreign policy, with all the discussions, that we would have been locked into subservience to the Normandy process, you remember, which was set up after 2014. And basically when Britain subcontracted Ukrainian policy to France and Germany. Remember?
Yeah.
And we said, let them get on with it. And we weren't even at the table. I mean,
so Brexit, in a real way, made British leadership on this issue possible.
It made it possible. And I think the interesting thing is that certainly in a lot of the East European countries, Central European countries, the Baltic, they totally agree with that. They saw the difference. And I don't think you'd find Emmanuel will necessarily support that, but then he doesn't like Brexit. But, when we took it, and as I say, the French, at least initially, or before the war broke out, had a different perspective on things. I think, France and Germany did believe, or must have believed, in this Normandy nonsense, and it just didn't work.
Ukraine has purchased its freedom, its nationhood, its place in Europe in blood. No one can deny that. That's what's happened over the last year. They fought, they died, right? They held off this tyrant and this military machine. What do you think Europe and England and NATO owe Ukraine now? What do we have to do?
The Ukrainians are fighting for all of us. The Ukrainians are fighting for the Poles, for the Georgians, for the Moldovans, for the Balts. They're fighting for every country that could have its borders could change by force anywhere in the world. It's a massive sacrifice that they're making. And I think that they're also showing why Putin was wrong. They're showing that they have a Western and a European vocation, that they're a free, democratic, independent nation. And they deserve, I think, once this thing is done, they deserve to be treated with immense respect. And clearly, I think that their membership of the EU, if that is what they choose, should be accelerated by the EU members. Clearly, it's no longer for the UK to have a role in that. But certainly, when it comes to NATO, I think we're now in a very interesting position.
Yeah.
Because if you'd asked me before the war, before Putin did his act of lunacy, is Ukraine going to join NATO anytime soon? I'd have said, I doubt it.
Well, Vladimir Putin asked you that question, right?
He did. And I said, no, not anytime soon. And the reality was, to be frank, there was a strong enough caucus within NATO to block Ukraine that it wouldn't have happened until the Greek kalends, or hell freezes over. So, but now, Putin has utterly destroyed the case against Ukrainian membership of NATO. Not having Ukraine in NATO meant the worst war in Europe in 80 years, colossal suffering, global economic disaster. The logic is to get clarity and stability, and whatever, Moscow has forfeited all right to protest now. NATO is not a hostile alliance, NATO is a defensive alliance, and Putin, by his actions, has proved to the Swedes, to the Finns, that NATO is essential for them, and he certainly proved that it's essential for Ukraine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
The traditional forum of Anti-Defamation League is held under the slogan, "Never is now." The events of the past year showed that the hopes of the world for never, unfortunately, didn't come true. Introducing the next guest of the forum, Jonathan Greenblatt, director of Anti-Defamation League.
Thank you, Boris, for giving me the opportunity to speak today to the Kyiv Jewish Forum. We were delighted to have you speak at ADL's major conference, Never Is Now, just a few months ago, and to convey to our audience at the largest annual convening in the world on anti-Semitism and hate, the political and moral imperative to support Ukraine against Russia's aggression. And I'm here to reciprocate and make crystal clear to your audience ADL and the American Jewish community's support for Ukraine and for our Ukrainian Jewish brothers and sisters. Since the first day of the unprovoked invasion last February, ADL has done all that we can to refute and discredit Vladimir Putin's absurd accusation that Ukraine's democratically elected government was a, quote, Nazi regime, or that this egregious assault was some kind of endeavor to, quote, denazify the country. These claims are ridiculous. And I say this as CEO of the ADL, the leading voice in the United States and arguably the world on extremism in all its variants, including neo-Nazism. So when this happened last year, we knew that our responsibility was to tell America, no, don't believe this Russian propaganda. It's wrong and also insulting and frankly offensive to the real victims of the Third Reich, including the 1.5 million Ukrainian Jews who were slaughtered in the Shoah, and the nearly 1.5 million Ukrainian soldiers who died on the front lines fighting the Nazis. But far too often, we see the memory of the Holocaust cynically abused for political ends. False accusations of Nazism are attempts to delegitimize sovereign nations and to justify violence against their civilians. We see it against Israel, we see it against Ukraine, and it is all profane and deeply wrong. Everyone in this room knows full well that this charge of Nazism is both false and hurtful. But that's not necessarily the case in the wider world. In a recent ADL poll, we found that nearly 4 out of 10 Americans believe, remarkably, that Israel somehow treats the Palestinians the way the Nazis treated the Jews. In my mind, this reflects widespread ignorance of who the Nazis were, what their agenda was, and how they executed it and attempted the systematic slaughter of the Jewish people across Europe. So in hindsight, I think we were right to worry about the Russian propaganda accusing the Ukrainian government of being a Nazi regime. Back in December, Boris and I published a joint op-ed that called out this ugly propaganda and demanded continued and even expanded Western military, political, and economic support for Ukraine. We will continue to do so, speaking out as an authoritative voice against Russian propaganda and disinformation, and asking of our political leaders and all people in public life to step up and help Ukraine win this just war. As an American, I was proud when President Biden welcomed President Zelensky to the White House in December. And as the president told Mr. Zelensky, you will never stand alone. Well, I want to convey that same message to all of you, to the Ukrainian Jewish community, to the worldwide Jewish community, on behalf of your Jewish brothers and sisters here in America. You will never stand alone. Slava Ukraine.
Deutch, the CEO of the American Jewish Committee, became the head of one of the most influential Jewish organizations in America during the current war. AJC support for Ukraine is crucial.
Hi, it's Ted Deutch, the CEO of American Jewish Committee, the global advocacy organization for the Jewish people. AJC's mission is to enhance the well-being of the Jewish people and Israel and advance democratic values. I am pleased to address the fourth Kyiv Jewish Forum, and I'm especially thankful to the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine and Tablet Magazine for organizing it. I'm proud that AJC actively participated in the first Kyiv Jewish Forum in 2019 that took place in a then peaceful Kyiv. Of course, Ukraine and indeed the world are dramatically different than they were in 2019. AJC has been a staunch supporter of Ukraine for decades. We stood alone among Jewish groups in successfully calling on the White House to recognize the rebirth of Ukrainian independence in 1991. Over the past year, we have stood arm in arm with the diaspora partners and friends around the world to support Ukraine, including by providing millions of dollars in humanitarian aid. Russia's unjust and illegal invasion of Ukraine poses an existential threat not only to Ukraine, but it threatens global security as a whole, threatens the rules-based international order, and like-minded countries must stand together in opposition to this invasion and in support of Ukraine, and there must be accountability for Russia's war crimes. But I remain optimistic about Ukraine's future for a multitude of reasons. First and foremost, because of the immense bravery and dedication of the Ukrainian people, and just how brave the Ukrainian people have been since Russia's invasion especially. The entire nation has rallied behind their government. President Zelensky has truly given the entire world a fine example, a masterclass in what leadership looks like. Moreover, I've been heartened to see the entire Western world rally in support of Ukraine. People who understand the importance of standing up for democracy are standing with Ukraine and with its people. And I really give credit to President Biden and the entire United States government for working tirelessly to ensure that this unity was forged and that it continues. AJC has been proud to be a part of these efforts by advocating for Ukraine in the United States and around the world. Last year, our organization distributed through its specially created humanitarian relief fund over $2.5 million to Ukraine, to two different organizations, including two significant grants to the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine. I just returned back from a trip to Israel and Brussels, where I met with a large range of officials, Israeli officials, high-ranking officials in NATO, at the EU, European Parliament, European Commission, and a whole variety of ambassadors. And in all of my conversations, support for Ukraine was at the top of the agenda. I'm confident that Israel will continue to send Kyiv humanitarian aid and stand with Ukraine in international fora. Indeed, Israel has provided Ukraine with humanitarian aid worth millions of dollars, including a field hospital at the border, supply of local energy via generators, more than 1.5 million containers, water purification systems, hundreds of thousands of food packages, and more. And in addition, since the beginning of the Russian invasion, Israel has allowed more than 30,000 Ukrainians to enter the country. Israel, perhaps more than any other nation, understands what it's like to live in times of war. and with violence and threats on the border. Moreover, my meetings with NATO and EU officials made it clear that officials in Brussels and across all of Europe are committed to ensuring Ukraine's territorial sovereignty and integrity. And Europe, I think, should be applauded for its inspiring decision to accept a tremendous number of Ukrainian refugees and to wean itself off of Russian oil and gas. Despite the fact that the continent has borne the brunt of the global increase in energy prices, Europe as a whole must and will continue to strongly support Ukraine financially, militarily, and in international bodies. Now, let's turn to the United States. As a former member of Congress, I can testify to the fact that the partisan divide in Congress is dramatic, and unfortunately, it's growing. There aren't a lot of bipartisan bright spots in this Congress, but support for Ukraine has thus far been a critical point of bipartisan consensus in Washington and across America. Despite some loud voices, Democrats and Republicans overwhelmingly believe, rightfully, that support for Ukraine is an important strategic imperative. We also know it's a moral imperative, and the Biden administration has been incredibly effective in supporting Ukrainian people and rallying the international community. I'm confident that the president will continue to work to ensure strong American and international support for Ukraine. And I know that some worry that support for Ukraine in the US and around the world will falter. It may falter in the coming months and years. Every conversation I have, all of the conversations that I've had in Washington and across the world have shown me that Western officials remain committed to supporting Ukraine and that the support will not wane. But we can't take the West's continued support as a fact. We've got to continue to make the case for why Ukraine's victory is so important, that we cannot let Russia's aggression go unchecked, that a country should not be allowed to invade another country for territorial gain in the 21st century, that the future of the rules-based international order is at stake. AJC will continue to speak loudly and consistently in support of Ukraine. We'll do it through our 25 offices around the United States, our 14 overseas posts, and our 5 global institutes. I know that there's a future for Ukraine and for its vibrant Jewish community. Many countries have already committed to rebuilding Ukraine's economy and infrastructure. And the moment that the war ends, I'm hopeful the international community will invest in Ukraine's future and that it will eventually become one of the most prosperous nations in Europe. I'd like to conclude just by offering a word about Jewish unity. Throughout Jewish history, Jewish people have faced a multiplicity of challenges. We managed to overcome them mainly because in Jewish tradition, we all understand that Kol Yisrael Aravim Zeh Bazeh, we are all responsible one for another. We've kept this tradition for millennia. AJC's more than a century of global engagement can testify if and where a Jewish community is in danger, be it in Kishinev, Soviet Jewry suffering under communist rule, or a Ukrainian Jewish community endangered by Russian aggression. Wherever that occurs, we feel that pain. We come to offer assistance and support. Together, and only together, will we overcome these challenges. So I'd like to thank again the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine, one of our global Jewish partners. I'd like to thank Tablet for organizing this 4th Kyiv Jewish Forum, which is an important platform for consolidating Jewish community. It's an important moment in the history of the Jewish community and the history of the world, and I am proud to join with you to offer AJC's support at this important time. Thank you for having me.
Our next guest is Maryland Senator Ben Cardin, a sponsor of the famous Magnitsky Act.
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator Ben Cardin of Maryland, and I'm a senior member of our Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And I also serve as the Special Representative on Anti-Semitism, Racism, and Intolerance for the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. This month marks 1 year since Russia began its brutal, illegal, and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. The consequences of this war have been devastating. The United Nations has confirmed that more than 7,000 Ukrainian civilians have died since the invasion began, though the actual civilian toll is likely much higher. Over 8 million others have been forced to flee their homes. Russian forces have routinely targeted civilian infrastructure and unarmed families fleeing the conflict in violation of both international law and fundamental morality. Despite these hardships, the Ukrainian people continue to show their determination and ability to fend off the ongoing and increasingly deadly attacks from Russia. As of this January, Ukraine has reclaimed over half the land Russia initially captured. The Ukrainian people have exhibited incredible strength and resilience in one of the darkest moments in recent history. Since the invasion began, the American people and President Biden have backed Ukraine as it defends its democracy and territorial integrity. Recently, our president announced the latest security package to Ukraine, bringing the total to more than $29 billion since February of 2022. This follows the recent announcement that the United States would partner with close allies like Germany to provide tanks for the very first time. The United States Congress has also stepped up its support to Ukraine, including passage of the Ukraine Democracy Lend-Lease Act, which I proudly co-sponsored. This authorized our president to enter into Lend-Lease agreements with Ukraine to provide additional tools to protect civilians. More recently, Congress passed the additional Ukraine Supplemental Appropriations Act. This war is not only about upholding the sovereignty and integrity of Ukraine, it is also about pushing back against Mr. Putin's constant lies and disinformation. As the war reaches the one-year mark, we must remain united in countering Putin's false claims of denazifying Ukraine. He has consistently sought to conceal the true nature of his campaign, an attack on Ukrainian identity, under the guise of a mission against Nazism. Mr. Putin maintains these lies despite launching strikes on the memorial to the Babi Yar, the site where Nazis killed tens of thousands of Jews during World War II. President Zelensky of Ukraine is Jewish, as I am. In fact, I was honored to have escorted him into the House floor for his December address to Congress, his first travel outside of Ukraine since the Russian bombardment began. Russia has strengthened the ties between our two nations in ways Mr. Putin never expected. In addition to supporting Ukraine through this war and its efforts to rebuild afterwards, I remain fully committed to combating anti-Semitism and other forms of hate and intolerance at home and abroad. Late last year, I convened a roundtable in the United States Capitol with high-level officials from across the government and the nonprofit sector actively engaged in countering anti-Semitism. We also held a hearing in December. Following these actions, President Biden created a new interagency group to improve U.S. government efforts to counter anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and related forms of bias and discrimination within the United States. Their first charge, at the urging of Congress and others, is to develop a unified national strategy to counter anti-Semitism. The United States will continue to stand for democracy, justice, and tolerance. This means supporting Ukraine's efforts against Russia and speaking out wherever anti-Semitism arises. Thank you for your time and for your ongoing interest.
One of Israel's foreign minister's first statements in office concerned the need to reduce public discussions of aid to Ukraine. This fully fits into the concept, talk less, more action. Word to Eli Cohen.
Shalom to the participant of Kyiv Jewish Forum and best wishes to the head of the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine, Mr. Boris Lozhkin, for holding this important event. A large and significant Jewish community has lived in Ukraine for centuries, a community with a particularly strong connection to the land of Israel. Many of Israel's founding fathers have roots in Ukraine, Golda Meir, Zev Jabotinsky, Naftali Herz Imber, the composer of the Israel's national anthem, and many more. Ukraine Jewry has known difficult periods through its history. Almost half of the Jews of Ukraine, over 1.5 million people, perished in the Holocaust. Babi Yar, where over 100,000 Jews were murdered, has become a symbol of the Holocaust in Eastern Europe. And today, alongside the entire Ukrainian people, the Jews of Ukraine are going through a difficult period. The war has damaged the fabric of life, separated families, turned many Jews into refugees. Despite this, Jewish life in Ukraine has not stopped for a moment. Israel and the world Jewish community will continue to stand by the Jews of Ukraine during this difficult time. We will expand our humanitarian aid to Ukraine. More than 15,000 Ukrainian Jews have chosen to immigrate to Israel since the beginning of the war. The gates of the State of Israel will always be open to any Jews who wants to immigrate to Israel from Ukraine or from any other country in the world. I wish success to the Kyiv Jewish Forum and hope that next year you will be able to hold the event in a peaceful Kyiv. תודה רבה.
Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba can be considered the commander of the diplomatic front. The lineup and success of the pro-Ukrainian coalition largely depends on the actions of the foreign ministry. Dmytro Kuleba continues the Kyiv Jewish Forum.
Your Excellencies, honored guests, dear friends, I thank the organizers of this year's Kyiv Jewish Forum. This event has always brought together important people to talk about and try to solve the most important problems. At this critical moment in time when Ukraine faces existential threat and fights for its life, such joint efforts become ever more crucial. Needless to say, both the Ukrainian and Israeli states have a lot in common, as do our nations. Ukraine is proud to be home to a large, active, and diverse Jewish community. We have lived together for hundreds of years, and our history together has both happy and sad parts. Both of our nations went through terrible tragedies in the 20th century, like the Holocaust and the Holodomor. I think both of our nations can understand the suffering and resilience of the other. Israel knows very well what it means when a neighboring state does not recognize your basic right to exist and wants to wipe you off the face of the earth. This is exactly what Russia tries to do in its genocidal campaign in Ukraine. Both of our nations know too well that in such cases, there is no other response than strength and self-defense. As the famous Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir, who was born in Kyiv, once said, "Our enemies want us to die. We want to live." This does not leave much room for compromise. Brilliant words from a brilliant person and fully relevant to Ukraine's current situation. Mainly because of its own history of facing repression, genocide, and tragedies, Ukraine is very sensitive to all types of discrimination. Because of this, intolerance and anti-Semitism are strongly opposed in Ukraine, and the government at all levels does everything it can to stop, condemn, and prosecute them if they happen. This will not change. I think that one underreported and overlooked topic is the deeply rooted anti-Semitism of the Russian elite. We have all heard the bizarre statements by Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. Last year, he made a series of ugly statements, starting with saying that Adolf Hitler was Jewish and ending with comparing modern Russians to Jews during the Holocaust. First of all, Ukraine strongly condemns anti-Semitic statements of this kind. Lavrov owes an apology not only to the Jews of Russia, but also to Israel and Jews around the world. Secondly, these statements should not be seen as unintended blunders. Anti-Semitism among the elites of Russia goes back hundreds of years and is part of a larger sense of superiority towards other nations. All of this has only come to light and become clearer because of Russia's aggressive war against Ukraine. I am confident that this hatred and lack of respect for other countries needs to be looked at more closely and brought up more often. On a more practical note, the news often focuses on how Israel has helped or not helped Ukraine since February 24th last year. Here, I would like to say that we highly value the humanitarian support provided by the Israeli side. It has been vast, starting with a medical hospital in Lviv and ending with hundreds of tons of humanitarian aid. What is even more important is that not only the state of Israel, but Israelis of all walks of life rushed to Ukraine's support immediately after the Russian full-scale invasion began. Many of them, for example, worked as volunteers on the border, helping Ukrainians who were fleeing the war. The Ukrainian Jewish diaspora is also actively involved in supporting Ukraine financially and politically. We are grateful for this support. And it makes us even more surprised that our cooperation has not extended to the military technical sphere. Yes, we have a political conversation, a way for our intelligence services to work together, and some Ukrainian soldiers have been getting medical care in Israel. But for some reason, when it comes to the air defense systems Ukraine critically requires to protect civilian lives from Russia's barbaric missile strikes, there has been no movement forward. I still cannot think of any logical reason why. I am confident that Israel is very much interested in Ukraine's victory, especially since Russia and Iran have teamed up and Iran has sent drones to Russia. We have common security challenges, and we are bound to counter them together. Our two nations share the same democratic ideals. This is what we stand for in an increasingly hostile environment. This is why I am confident that Israel can and should become an active participant in Ukraine's peace formula proposed by President Volodymyr Zelensky. We count on Israel's engagement on this matter. To conclude, I should say that this week I look forward to welcoming Israel's new Foreign Minister Eli Cohen in Kyiv. We have already spoken by phone, but this will be his first official visit to Ukraine. I believe there is no better way to understand what's going on in Ukraine than to come and see everything with one's own eyes. During this visit, I'm also looking forward to talking about everything on our joint agenda. I am confident that Ukraine and Israel have great potential together. Our nations are bound together by deep historic ties and share common challenges today. I wish all the forum's participants fruitful discussions. Thank you for your attention.
Ms. Brink's colleague, Ambassador of Ukraine to the United States, Oksana Markarova, is next at the Kyiv Jewish Forum.
Hello, my name is Vladislav Davidson. I am Tablet Magazine's European culture correspondent. Welcome back to the Kyiv Jewish Forum. Welcome to our next guest, who is Madam Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Ukraine to the United States. That is Oksana Markarova. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Great. Thank you for everything that you've done. You are incredibly respected in Washington, D.C. You're seen as a pillar of Ukrainian influence in this town. And I would just want to get directly to the issue of bipartisan support for Ukraine, which is obviously the question on everyone's minds.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for your kind word, but it's actually the President Zelensky and the brave people of Ukraine who are doing for 351 days and 8 years before that, unbelievable effort in order to save the country and portraying this bravery and mastery also in defending the country. So I'm very honored and happy to do my part here, trying to get all the support that we need and developing our relations with the U.S., our strategic partner and friend number one.
Okay. What does that mean? What does it mean to the average American voter that Ukraine, this remarkable, plucky, medium-sized country, big-sized country on the other side of Europe, maybe some of them haven't heard of it, what does it mean to them?
Well, I think, the unbelievable support that we have from the United States is a result of American people standing with us. And even though, as you just said, there is a big distance between us, more than 9,000 kilometers between our countries, but we are closer than ever now because of this fight. Because it's, of course, about our homes and about our loved ones. It's, of course, very brutal, unprovoked, unjustified war that all people who believe in the same values of freedom, values of independence, values of sovereignty, cannot be neutral in this situation. And we feel the support from the people of this great country because this is the values on which this country is built. But, we are very happy that it's the people, but also administration, and what is very important, Congress, on a very strong bipartisan basis that support us. And we have seen that support throughout, again, this 351 day, but also before. It has always been the priority for Ukraine. We always valued our relations with the US, and we always valued that we do have it with the country and with the people, which means that regardless of which party they support democracy and freedom, they support these values, and thus, of course, they support us.
Okay. So for a moment, it looked like bipartisan support was a durable issue. It looked like everyone in the United States was safely on board. It looked like that was the one thing that everyone in America in this sadly polarized time could agree on, that this was a set of values and this was a set of interests and that this was a set of moral examples that everyone in America, Republican, Democrat, Independent, Conservative, Liberal, Progressive, whatever, could come together on. But are we facing a moment where so-called Ukraine fatigue is starting to creep in?
Well, on the one hand, let me from the beginning say that I do not see the signs of the Ukraine fatigue. So working with the previous Congress, now actively working with the new Congress, working with administration, working with everyone here in Washington, but everywhere in the United States, I should say that I do feel very strong bipartisan support and support from many people. We also see it in the polls. So the recent social polls in the US shows that the majority of American people continue to support Ukraine and continue to support our effort in defending us, defending Europe. But ultimately, as President Zelensky said in his address to Congress when he was here in December, that the battle is not only about Ukraine. The battle is about all of us, and this battle will define whether a democracy can defend itself, whether a democracy, whether here or in Ukraine or elsewhere, can be protected also from brutal aggressor. So I also want to say that, just 2 days ago, there was a State of the Union address. And the issue of Ukraine, and I was honored to see it, was an issue that united everyone and got the support there. Now, is it guaranteed? Nothing is guaranteed. So this is something we have to actively work on. That's why, working with Congress a priority. That's why we have to keep informing American people about brutal atrocities, about all the violations that Russians are doing, about all possible war crimes that they've done in Ukraine for this 351 day, starting with the mother of crime, the crime of aggression, the very decision to invade or re-invade Ukraine on the February 24th is a crime itself, but also inform that we Ukrainians will not give up and will not surrender, that this fight is an existential fight for us and for all democracies, and explain also to everyone here why this fight is important for us. It's about values, it's about principles, it's about our common security, because if an aggressive authoritarian state, a nuclear power, can attack peaceful, smaller neighbor and get away with it, then we all are not safe. And the third reason, would be even that it's more effective and efficient, and I would even say cheaper, to help Ukraine to win this battle while it's still in Ukraine. Because Putin has been very clear that it's about the restoring of the empire for him. It's about attacking many other countries. So, if not Ukraine, then there are a lot of NATO countries that will be under threat from this aggressive Russian regime. We don't need NATO boots on the ground. All Ukrainians are ready and fighting right now for our country, but we need all the weapons. So, we would like this support to continue. We know that we have the strong support, and we need to get more weapons, more sanctions for Russia, more support for Ukraine in order to end this war quicker.
What do you see as the major deciding factor in continued military support from the American government over the next, we should talk about it, 24 months as opposed to the next 6 months? What do we have to do to keep it going over the longue durée, as they say?
Thank you. Very important question. It's one of the questions in the multiple quiz. You respond all of the above. First of all, it's very important for us to have the continued support of American Congress. The supplementary budget that was adopted in last December as the part of Omnibus Bill has provided us with enormous resources for security assistance, for budget direct assistance, because it's also very important to continue to support the government operations and, helping people while we are fighting, but also a lot of humanitarian needs there. That is the resources that will be available to us until the end of the fiscal year in October. Hopefully, we will use it in order to win the war before that, but we don't know, right? We don't know when Putin will finally decide to stop this aggression, or when we will have enough capabilities to get him out from our country. Now, I just want to know that this assistance is being used in a very efficient and transparent manner. The reporting has been in all the places. We are sharing all the information with our partners. You saw probably that recently the inspector generals have been in Ukraine, and they already has published a lot of information, and the Treasury has publicly also stated that they do not have any signs of the mismanagement or misuse of this. So we're very, very responsible about this help that we're getting. So getting the continued support from Congress is one very important priority. Second is, of course, working with our partners here, with Department of Defense, Department of the Treasury, Department of Commerce, USAID, and other administration colleagues and friends in order to translate or transform these resources that the Congress gave us into specific items on the battlefield, or also energy support, which is crucial after Russia started literally destroying all the energy grid, or into specific humanitarian assistance to the people. So this is the work that is done on a literally daily basis. We have the Ramstein group, where U.S. is not only actively providing their support, but united now more than 50 countries to coordinate this support and get our other partners to help us. It's also the Energy Coordination Group. It's also the new platform which was just created 2 weeks ago on the reconstruction, because we already are thinking about rapid recovery now, but also planning the future innovation. So, it's a very coordinated on the one hand, but very difficult daily work that we are doing with all of our partners. And of course, you saw President Zelensky yesterday in the UK and Europe, and his extremely important visit here in December, but also the daily phone calls and meetings and conversations. He's personally leading this big diplomatic effort in rallying the world around Ukraine, in making sure that everyone knows what do we need now in order to win faster.
Madam Ambassador, last question for you, Your Excellency. Last question. Given the needs, the limitations of American domestic politics, what does a Ukrainian victory look like? Is it reclamation of all lost Ukrainian territories? Is it a settlement of some sort where Ukraine takes a hit? You know, you have to make difficult decisions, but you kind of make them. Is it the loss of some Ukrainian territory, but Ukraine being allowed into Europe as a rump state? Is it guarantees of accession to NATO, to the European Union, to European structures? What do you see as a best case, worst case, and acceptable solution to the conflict?
Thank you. There is only one case for us, for Ukrainians. You know, in this truly David against Goliath fight, you know, we always have to remember that Ukraine always was a peaceful country, never threatened Russia, never attacked Russia, and that in 1991, 98% of Ukrainians everywhere in Ukraine, including Crimea, including Donetsk, including Lugansk, including Lviv, voted to be free and to be independent. And there is an international border. It's Russia that violated all of that. It's Russia that attacks us. And it's Russia that commits all possible crimes on our territory. So, you know, in justice, there is a notion of a full and comprehensive justice. This should be a full and comprehensive victory because, again, we are fighting for our homes, independence, but also we are fighting for democracy. And we are fighting for everyone who believes in these values. So how the victory should look like? It's actually not a very difficult question. It's a very simple question if you look at it from that perspective. And President Zelensky suggested already a solution, which would be a very practical solution, how to get to this. It's the 10-step peace plan, peace formula of President Zelensky, which we are discussing with all of our partners, which we are asking all of our partners and allies to unite around, and which provides a very comprehensive plan of how we can not only win on the battlefield, but get to a situation when we will get this lasting peace for not only Ukraine, but Europe. And then there is a big question of accountability and justice. Like after the defeat of the Nazi regime in 1945, it's essential for all of us not only to win, not only to return our territories and most importantly our people, but it's also very important for us to hold Russia leadership and everyone responsible for the crime of aggression, but also every crime after February 24th, hold them responsible and prevent others who might think about violating this in the future from even thinking about it.
Thank you so much for joining us today at the Kyiv Jewish Forum. Thank you so much for all your hard work on behalf of all Ukrainians here in America, in the capital. Thank you so much, and we'll see you again soon.
Thank you very much.
You are watching the 2023 Kyiv Jewish Forum. Next up, our first panel, Maintaining America's Bipartisan Support for Ukraine.
Welcome back to the 2023 Kyiv Jewish Forum. I'm Jeremy Stern, Deputy Editor of Tablet Magazine. We're here today to talk about the future of U.S. bipartisan support for Ukraine. I'm very pleased to be joined by Joseph Lieberman, former senior U.S. Senator from the great state of Connecticut, Ambassador Robert O'Brien, former National Security Advisor of the United States, and here in the studio with me, I have Andrew Mack, Advisor to President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine. Let's jump right in. First question, broad but simple. And Senator Lieberman, let's start with you. In what ways does the war in Ukraine affect the average American voter? Why should they care? Why is it a part of their lives?
Yeah. First, thanks for convening this forum, and I'm honored to be part of it, particularly with the distinguished panelists that are on. And I have the greatest respect for Robert O'Brien, who I worked with closely when he was the National Security Advisor. So it's a really relevant question. Why should what's happening in Ukraine matter to the average American? Probably the average American doesn't think about that very much. It's far away, and yet I would say probably at the most emotional and at this point important level, the American people understand that Putin and Russia today are hostile to the United States, that the people of Ukraine are friendly to the United States, and what Putin has done in invading Ukraine is without any justification, and he's wrong, and yet here's the most important part. I think the people of America have responded from the beginning to the courage and willingness to fight as the smaller of the two countries involved here for their freedom and independence. And it doesn't take much. It's actually, to me, been very encouraging, really inspiring, that the spirit that motivated the people who founded America at the end of the 18th century really is still alive in the American people, and we see it in Ukraine today, beginning with President Zelensky and among the people of Ukraine. I'll just end, I'm happy to come back to this, there's more to say, but I will end with this personal anecdote. Last June or July, I was looking for what's the next book I'm going to read. I have a lot of books on my bookshelf here that I haven't read yet. And what popped out at me was the book 1776 by the great author David McCullough about that year in American history. And at one point, when the war is going badly for the American revolutionaries, freedom fighters, Washington addresses his troops, and he says to them he knows that things are going badly, and they probably are worried about their lives and that they might lose in their effort to become an independent and free nation. And he said, we're up against the strongest military in the world today, the military of the British Empire. But he said to them, we have something that they don't have. We are fighting for our own land. We're fighting for our freedom. We're fighting for our independence. The troops of the British who are here because the king ordered them to be here. And incidentally, there are others here, the Hessians, who are here because the British Empire is paying them to be here. And that's why Washington said to the American troops, that's why we must sustain our effort, and why I'm confident we will win. And of course they did. And I tell you, those words not only could have been spoken to the people of Ukraine and to the freedom fighters in Ukraine, but they have been by President Zelensky, and they're clearly felt in the same way. Putin is trying to build an empire. Most of his troops, I think, are there because he's ordered them to be there, not because they want to be. And as we know, he's paying others, the Wagner Group and all the rest, to be there. And they don't want to be there either. It's a job. So I think the American people at heart are inspired by this example of the Ukrainian people, and that's why it matters to them. I can get into more stuff about historic analogies and why a victory for Russia over Ukraine will probably lead to a wider war in Europe that we would be dragged into. That's all relevant. But I think right now, what really motivates the American people is their support for the people of Ukraine and the courage they've shown in pursuit of their own independence and freedom.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator. Ambassador O'Brien, so, a related question. For most of last year, maybe all of last year, Ukraine seemed like one of the few maybe durable bipartisan issues in American domestic politics. And I think to a great extent that's still true. But we hear increasing talk in early 2023 of maybe there being Ukraine fatigue among not only American voters, but people in Europe as well. Ukraine potentially being a kind of political football on both sides of the aisle. I mean, what do you see as the big factors in determining continued bipartisan support for Ukraine over the next, say, 1, 2 to 3 years?
Jeremy, that's a great question, and it's wonderful to be here with you and Andy and with my good friend Joe Lieberman. When I was National Security Advisor, I had a council of advisors, and I made it bipartisan, which is not easy to do these days in Washington. And Senator Lieberman and others were part of that council of advisors, and I was grateful for his advice, and Pete Wilson and some of those other former colleagues. So great to be with you, Senator, and Andy. Look, I think there's a real question about how Ukraine maintains the support that it has among the American people. We're a very polarized country right now, and one of the things that has pulled us together, as you mentioned, Jeremy, is the bipartisan support for Ukraine, and I think that bipartisan support is continuing. I don't see it fading away, but I think there's some things that Ukraine has control over to maintain that support, and some things they don't have control over. But I'd lay out a couple of factors. Number one, I think it's very important for the Ukrainian government to make sure that it behaves in America with its diplomacy on a very bipartisan basis. The presidency in America, the executive office, has so much power, and they're the folks who are supplying the equipment and interacting with the Ukrainian government daily. So it's very easy to get drawn into the White House orbit, and the Ukrainians should. They should be very, very close to the White House. But at the same time, they don't want to look as if they're attached to the Biden White House as we go into a political season, a new election campaign for president of the United States. Ukraine has to be about Ukraine, and it has to maintain bipartisan support. So it has to avoid any politics. Number two, I think Ukraine has to ensure that the corruption fight, which has been going on since I first went to Ukraine back in 2014 after the Maidan Revolution, Ukraine has to continue to fight corruption. So that the American people and the Europeans understand that the money that's going to Ukraine, the treasure and the material that's going to support the Ukrainians in this fight, is actually getting to the soldiers at the front lines, to the war fighters, to those people that have shown such daring and boldness that Joe talked about. I think number three is they've got to continue the valiant defense of Ukraine. And that's a lot for us to ask. The Europeans and Americans, and I think we would pat ourselves a little bit on the back too much for what's happened in Ukraine. We've supplied material, we've supplied weapon systems, platforms, but it's the Ukrainian people that have been so daring, and they've been so resilient and so courageous in their fight against Russia. I mean, this is a situation that most of us thought would be over in 2 or 3 weeks. We thought the Russians would roll in and take Kiev and capture President Zelensky and his family and install a puppet government. And just the opposite's happened. The Ukrainians have fought magnificently, and they've shown the world a level of bravery and heroism that we haven't seen since maybe the Second World War. And so they've got to keep up the defense. The last comment I'll make is the fourth point is Europe has to really contribute. And that's not something that's totally in Ukraine's control. But Americans can't care more about a war in Europe than the Europeans care about a war in Europe. And Ukraine has some wonderful allies in Poland and the Czech Republic and Slovakia and the UK. France has been stalwart. The Germans always seem to do the right thing, but it's after a lot of kicking and screaming to get there. But the Europeans really need to come together and put in the kind of support for Ukraine that the Americans have, both on the weapons side, but also on the development side, on the economic side. And so that's something that the Ukrainians are going to need to continue to encourage their European friends to stay involved, because if Europe draws back, or if Europe wants to go back to how it was, especially Germany with the Russians, that's going to make it very difficult to rally continued support in America. So I think those are the four factors. 3 are in control of Ukraine. 1's a little tougher with Europe, but I believe that this bipartisan support for Ukraine will continue. This is a fight for freedom against dictatorship. We saw what happened when people didn't want to get involved in a faraway place with a dispute we knew little about back in 1938, and we realized that appeasement can't sate a dictator. Putin won't be sated by Ukraine. It'll be Moldova next. It'll be the Baltics. It'll be Poland. And his friend, his unlimited partner, Xi Jinping, who's watching this war very closely in Beijing, is looking to see if this is a green light, or if he can take some sort of lesson from this that would allow him to invade our democratic friends in Taiwan. So this war has enormous implications for the American people, but also for the West and for the idea of freedom. And we need to stick together, Republicans and Democrats, and support our friends in Ukraine. And they have to do the heavy lifting. It's easy for us to say we'll continue to support Ukraine. And frankly, it's somewhat easy for us to send money and material. It's the Ukrainians themselves that are spending their blood in addition to their treasure to defend their homeland, and they've got our prayers and our support.
Thank you, Ambassador. So Andrew Mack, you're in regular touch with the Zelensky administration. They rely on you for advice and analysis about U.S. domestic dynamics and politics. How do you interpret the situation here for them and what they need to pay attention to?
So first of all, thank you for having me here. It's great to be on such an esteemed panel. Both the ambassador and the senator have been icons of American foreign policy for a very long time and great supporters of Ukraine. So, in terms of how I try to interpret this, right, for the Zelensky administration, I think from my perspective, the bipartisan support has been much stronger than I anticipated. When about, this time last year, it was unclear how the war would unfold. It was unclear how the war would develop. Or, everyone said 2-3 days, 1 week, two weeks. And quite honestly, there was a reluctance leading up to the war to supply Ukraine with the weapons that it needed, because there was fear, especially after what happened in Afghanistan, that this would be wasted resources. I think the most critical part of securing bipartisan support were the first few days and weeks, where Ukraine showed the world and with everybody here watching that it can win, it will win, and it's going to fight to the very end. Once that hurdle was overcome, the amount of bipartisan support greatly exceeded any estimate that we had. With the exception of a few fringe elements in both parties, we literally had 80-90% support, and I believe the vast majority of that support 1 year later is still there. So if, for example, Vladimir Putin thought that he could run out the clock, that he could keep this war going for a year, 2 years, and people would lose interest, so far, if that is his calculation, this has been proven wrong. So I do agree, Ukraine definitely needs to maintain a strong bipartisan agenda and support here. And, I was very heartened to see Senator McConnell. He wore the brightest blue and yellow flag I've ever seen during the State of the Union a couple days ago. So I think the leadership of the parties in both the House and the Senate are with us 100%, both on the Democratic and on the Republican side. And I don't foresee any circumstance where that would change, for the foreseeable future. So overall, we're very heartened by what we see. Also, obviously the support from the people, and I thought that the Ukrainian flags were only in the D.C. area. Having traveled in the summer and fall throughout the country, they're everywhere. And this again shows me that the level of support across the country to help Ukraine, actually, I don't think has subsided in any way. If anything, it seems to have increased as they see Ukraine forging for a victory.
Great, thanks very much.
Support for the war in Ukraine depends, as always in government, politics, life, on leadership. And we cannot allow, as both Ambassador Zek said, we cannot allow Ukraine to become a partisan football. We're coming into a presidential campaign. It's going to be a spirited congressional campaign, 2024, and there's always a temptation in those campaigns to look for a distinguishing issue, and one could find it either in the cost of supporting the Ukrainian fighters, or in, as Robert said, the relatively less support, although pretty good so far, from our European allies. So the best hope here is for all of us who care about this fight and know how important it is to America's security, European security, or world security, to the idea of freedom, to make sure that nobody's tempted to make partisan politics out of the war in Ukraine and our support for the Ukrainian people.
Absolutely. Well, we have with us here one of the great experts in the country on the inner workings of the U.S. Congress and one of the great experts on the inner workings of the executive branch and the White House in particular. So a question about process. So we've seen a pattern over the course of the last year where the Ukrainians make requests for certain weapon systems from the Americans and from the Europeans that we begin by in some ways declining kind of on principle, and then over time we incrementally or gradually grant the request, presumably in order to avoid the impression of rapid escalation with Russia. We saw this in the past with HIMARS, most recently with tanks. Now the issues seem to be either fighter jets or maybe ATACMS. So the question is, what are the Ukrainians asking for now? Why isn't the U.S. providing them? And in your view, should we be providing them? Or is the administration and Congress together doing a good job of, balancing our obligations to the Ukrainians with our obligations to avoiding the impression of a direct NATO-Russia confrontation? Ambassador O'Brien, let's start with you.
Well, thanks, Jeremy. It's a great question. We saw this emerge early on. The most prominent example were the MiGs, that Poland wanted to give MiGs to Ukraine. The Ukrainian pilots are trained to fly them. I thought we should have gotten that deal done, but I thought we should have gotten it done quietly. I kind of jokingly said if Gina Haspel was still the director of the CIA, she would have sold the planes to Ukraine through a Russian broker, so Putin would have gotten his 10%. The Ukrainians would have gotten their planes and everyone would have been happy. But look, I think there's too much of this that's going on in public, whether it's the German Leopards or ATACMS from the U.S. or what kind of fighter planes we're going to give the Ukrainians. I believe in a situation like this, and it is a fraught situation. We need to avoid an escalation where we're dealing with a nuclear power. Russia's not doing too well on the conventional battlefield, but they've got 1,250 strategic nuclear weapons pointed at the United States. And they've got another 2,500 nuclear weapons, tactical nuclear weapons that can be used in Europe. And so we do have to avoid escalation. But I think both sides would be better off. I think Ukraine would be better off in the West, Western Europe, and the United States would be better off if these conversations could take place quietly and if the weapon systems could be delivered quietly. If we thought that by announcing that a certain system or platform was going to Ukraine, that would allow, that would spur a peace talk or a ceasefire or it would have some impact tactically or strategically, that might be a reason to announce it. But I think otherwise, we're better off getting the Ukrainians the equipment they need, figuring out how to get them the jets they need, how to get them the longer range artillery that they require, the long range fires. But I would do it quietly, and I do it with the Europeans a little more quietly than has been done before. I think we've given the Russians too much say in what the red lines may or may not be. I think we've set some red lines for ourselves that may not have been necessary. And I just think normally in a very complex, dangerous situation like this one, we need to get the Ukrainians everything they need to win. But I think we can do it with a lot less fanfare, so to speak.
Senator Lieberman, let's go to you, and in particular, the congressional viewpoint on this. What role is Congress playing in this, or should it be playing?
Right. Well, again, it's a very partisan time, and there's division on almost any issue. There's less division on this one. Every now and then, there's been a voice that says, why are we giving the Ukrainians so much? But I think generally, there's a feeling we've got to give the Ukrainians what they say they need or we agree they need and do it as soon as possible. I think this pattern that you've described and that Robert has commented on wisely of responding to every request from the Ukrainians saying no and then eventually saying yes gets us nothing. If in fact this delay on our side and the European side is somehow calculated not to upset Putin or to lead him to believe that this is a conflict between NATO and Putin, Russia, it's too late for that. This is a conflict between NATO and Russia. Ukraine is not a member of NATO, unfortunately, But obviously the NATO countries, including members of NATO close by like Poland and the Baltic states, are sincerely and I think accurately, realistically worried that if we and NATO sat back and allowed Russia to run over Ukraine, that they wouldn't stop there. Putin wouldn't stop there. He'd be on the Baltics, onto Poland. So what I'm saying is NATO is in a war with Putin's Russia in every way but the presence of NATO personnel on the ground in Ukraine, because the Ukrainian fighters are perfectly able to carry that fight, but they need advanced weaponry to meet the savage attacks of the Russians. And therefore, I don't understand why we've delayed. I think we should give them every weapon system they say they need, that our military agrees they need to prevail, and that we can afford to send them. And the sooner, the better, because we're in this fight. And if, God forbid, Russia seems to prevail in the end, it will not just be a victory for Russia. It will be a defeat for the people of Ukraine. It will be an historic and terrible defeat for NATO, including particularly the United States of America, and will compromise our freedom going forward, including as we look to the east and the rising threat from China. We got to win this one. I mean, in the spirit of bipartisanship that we've invoked here already a few times, I want to quote President Reagan, who, when during the Cold War, he was asked by somebody in the media, "How is this going to end, Mr. President?" And he gave us a wonderfully Reagan-esque answer. "I will tell you how the Cold War will end. We win, they lose." And however this ends, it's got to be seen by everybody in the world that the Ukrainians won and the Russians lost.
Thank you. Andrew, so what's your sense of what the Ukrainians are asking for now from the Americans that we're either being slow to provide or saying we're not going to provide? And also, what's your sense of what will it take to get there?
Right. Well, first of all, let me just say that I don't think the American people are doing this for a tie or, some kind of stalemate Minsk III type of arrangement, which is what some of the more skeptical people are suggesting should happen now or very soon. So I definitely think if we're investing so much money, resources, capital, being the United States and the collective West, we want to win. We don't want to just, give Putin only 10% of the country as opposed to 30% of the country. That's not a victory, right? In terms of the weapons supply, I mean, it's very frustrating, both from the inside and looking, from the outside. There's all these jokes, right? When, the Europeans or, the administration say, never will we give a tank. That means if they say it Monday, that means by Friday there'll be anonymous reports that tanks will be given on the next Monday, right? And this has turned into a joke because if you look at the last year of all the requests the Ukrainians have made, and to be honest, the Ukrainians have made those requests well before the war even started, right? The requests for Patriots, for tanks, for planes. This is not new. This goes back to 2014, and when the president took office in Kyiv, he immediately started by pressing on those requests here. So I think, from the Ukrainian perspective, there's just a kind of confusion as to, okay, why do you think a Patriot missile is escalatory in April of 22, but not in January of 23? Why do you think an ATACMS is more menacing and can lead to World War III, but a HIMARS can't, right? So that's the kind of confusion in Kyiv. We don't really understand where the escalation risks, how they are perceived here. right? If we start playing the nuclear blackmail game, right? I mean, Putin has threatened the Ukrainian leaders as well with nuclear war, and the Russians, if you look at from when this war started, actually days before it started, I think virtually every threat that they have made hasn't happened, right? So remember, at first they said, we will bomb the supply lines, even in NATO countries. We reserve the right. Don't you dare do this. Don't you dare do that. Okay, well, none of that happened, right? We also, the Ukrainians don't necessarily see Putin using nuclear weapons in Ukraine for a number of reasons, right? At the same time, there's definitely an understanding in Kyiv that, God forbid, the U.S. and NATO engage directly with the Russians, because they do understand that that could lead to unforeseen circumstances, which doesn't help their cause. So the Ukrainians feel they're perfectly comfortable and able to fight this war. They just need the military support and the training that they haven't been able to get since the last, since 2014, when they were asking for it. Now, one thing to bear in mind, even though the amount of Western military support and the U.S. support especially has been historic, Ukrainians are still outgunned, right? The Russians have endless amount of artillery, endless amount of ammo. The Russians have 300 MiGs, combat planes in the theater. Ukraine has, I think, 30 last time I checked. So it's not that Ukraine is saying, we need to basically double what the Russians have. The Ukrainians are saying, this is sort of, the requests are based on a bare minimum that Ukraine needs to defend its territory and to retake the territory that was seized. So it's not that Ukraine is seeking to become a global superpower, a military power. The requests are actually quite modest coming from Kyiv, based on what the adversary has.
Well, let's end the discussion today on a rather difficult question, and it's difficult because this war is the Ukrainians' war. They are the ones fighting. They're the ones dying. So it sounds a little callous, maybe, but this is a panel about the future of U.S. and U.S. bipartisan support for Ukraine, and it's an important question, I think, for all the Americans in our audience. And the question is, what is the U.S. endgame in Ukraine, or what should it be? Possibilities you hear talked about often are the endgame should be a Ukrainian victory with the reclamation of all previously lost territories, or it should be a negotiated settlement that includes the Russian annexation of some territories that have been lost since 2014 or since last year. Another possibility would be Ukrainian accession to the EU or to NATO. Some say regime change in Moscow. These are all very, very different endgames, but it would be good to hear, I think, from all our panelists, what is U.S. strategy right now in terms of what outcome are we trying to achieve, and what do you think it should be? Senator Lieberman, let's start with you.
Thanks, Jeremy. That's an important question. I guess I'd begin the answer to this question with the way I ended the last one, citing President Reagan, that this has to end with the world, not just we saying, but the world seeing and believing that the Ukrainians won and the Russians lost and were punished for this totally unjustified and brutal invasion of a neighboring country. The Russian security was not at all threatened by Ukraine, nor obviously were the values which prevail in Russia today. I mean, it's too easy to make this parallel, some people may think, but nothing like this has happened in Europe since Hitler began to move into neighboring countries, beginning with Czechoslovakia. We didn't stop them, or the world didn't stop them, and they kept going, frankly, until because the Brits stood up to them under Churchill, and the U.S. under President Roosevelt came in late, but not too late. So this is, it's important to remember that. I would say, more directly in your response to your answer, that is my first statement, is it has to end with the world feeling that Russia lost and they were punished as a result of this unjustified invasion of a neighboring country. But the second thing is we're with the Ukrainians. They are our allies. And you know how wars end. Either one side triumphs over the other, as happened in the Second World War with the Allied forces. So that's the end of it, and the victors are in charge of what follows. Wars often end because both sides essentially become exhausted or don't think they can affect things much more, and they look for a kind of way to end it peacefully or create a peace. But when we get to that point, the second, which is more difficult, if we do, then I think the U.S. has to defer to the Ukrainian government for all their courage, their suffering. We can't impose something on the Ukrainians. They have to believe in the end that the end of this is a victory for them and guarantees their own independence, their own freedom, and the return of some of the land, hopefully all the land that Putin has accepted. There are other items will be on the table, including membership in NATO, membership in the EU. I think both of those would be justified for Ukraine. But this is all down the road. Right now, we have to stand with the Ukrainians so Putin can't bully his way over them and their courageous fighters. This is really important to our future security. It is really the greatest challenge to our security since the Second World War, in my opinion, even though I know the Cold War was always fraught with the possibilities of nuclear war. And we've had a lot of other wars in which we've been involved, Korea, Vietnam, etc. But the consequences of this at a time of instability in the world with countries like China and Iran, looking at how strong the U.S. and NATO will be, how faithful we will be to our allies, how loyal we will be to the cause of freedom, really will affect the security of the U.S., American people, and the world for generations to come. And to make it personal for everybody, that means our children and our grandchildren. So Ukraine has to win, and they have to win in a way that they accept, not that anybody, including the U.S. or NATO, impose on them.
Thank you very much. Ambassador O'Brien, what is the U.S. endgame in Ukraine, or what do you believe it should be?
Well, listen, after hearing that eloquent statement from Senator Lieberman, I find myself in agreement with him. Look, we have the idea that one country could conquer its neighbor and obtain good title to that territory. That hasn't been part of international law since at least the end of the First World War. That a stronger or bigger neighbor could just take over the smaller neighbor and incorporate it into its country or empire, and that would be viewed as good title, to use a legal term if you're a real estate lawyer. That just hasn't been a thing. When Hitler did it in Czechoslovakia, it was a breach. When Mussolini tried to do it in Ethiopia, it was a breach of international norms. Now, the League of Nations wasn't strong enough to stop them, but if we go back to a time when a larger country can conquer its smaller neighbor, we're going to have the world is going to be a very dangerous and a very unstable place. And you're going to have the regimes that Joe talked about, Iran looking to expand. It already is using proxies, but it's going to discard the proxies and just invade its neighbors itself. Xi Jinping is already talking about invading Taiwan using the same excuses, historical rights that Putin has used for Ukraine. So we can't go back to that kind of a system. Number two, Ukraine has to decide what it's going to do. It's not for the American people to decide and for the American government to decide what Ukraine's going to do to end this war. We have to support the Ukrainians, and whatever, there may come a time that they decide to cede some territory, to not cede territory, to fight on. We need to support the Ukrainians. I think this is ultimately up to them. As far as some of the things that we can do to protect Ukraine long-term in the event of a peace, or even if peace isn't reached anytime soon, I think EU membership for Ukraine is something that needs to happen immediately. It's an economic arrangement. It's a key to European solidarity. And I think the Europeans, we haven't asked much of the Europeans, either in the Cold War or in since in the war on terror and in this war. We've the U.S. has bore the burden, obviously in this case with the Ukrainians who are doing the fighting. The Europeans need to step up, and this idea that it'll take some 5 to 10 years to get Ukraine in the EU, that's just not acceptable. Ukraine should be made a part of the EU soon. That would show strength. It would show the determination of the Russians. It would show the Russians that they're not going to have an easy, quick victory. As far as NATO goes, it's a little more complicated with NATO than EU membership because NATO is a military alliance. And NATO has Article 5, which is sacrosanct, so that if one member country is attacked, then all the countries consider themselves to be attacked and will come to the aid of the country that's in danger. Here we have an ongoing war, and we have an ongoing war with a nuclear power. So I think NATO should do everything it can, as it has been, to support the Ukrainian people, to support the Ukrainian war fighters. And Joe talked about this, and Andy talked about it. You know, Ukraine's not asking for us to impose a no-fly zone. They're asking for the planes so their pilots can impose their own no-fly zone over their own sovereign territory. They're not asking for American troops, unlike other countries, to come patrol the border with Russia. They're just asking for the tools to do it. And so we need to be there for them. And so I think NATO membership is a little more distant. I think what the Ukrainian government can do is, this is a big ask of them, because they're in the middle of a war for their very survival. But I think they need to project a vision of what a Ukrainian victory means, what it means to world security, what it means to world prosperity. Ukraine has a lot to offer in tech, in agriculture, in tourism, in culture and religion. And I think Ukraine needs to kind of paint a vision for the world, what Churchill referred to as the sunny uplands. And when he tried to, in the gloom of the Second World War, he tried to give the British people a vision of the future. I think Ukraine can do that for its own people, but also for the world. And that will rally support. And the last thing I'll mention is that, look, and Senator Lieberman pointed this out, at the end of the day, every war ends around a table. Even in World War II, you had Admiral Donitz signing a treaty. You had the Japanese prime minister out on the decks of the Missouri, the battleship in Tokyo Bay. This is going to end up around the table. And as much as we want it to end around the table sooner rather than later, you know, the Ukrainians, I think, have from the outset have tried to negotiate. It's the Russians that haven't. And it takes two parties to get to the table. We need to give the Ukrainians the tools they need to bring the Russians to the table and to get this thing resolved. But at the end of the day, I think it's for the Ukrainians themselves to resolve the war with their Russian neighbors, and not for us to impose a resolution or a peace on Ukraine. We've tried to do that in the past. It hasn't worked. We need to be there for Ukraine, and we need to be there in a strong bipartisan fashion, as both Andy and Joe have pointed out. So, and in the meantime, we're going to have to roll up our sleeves, and it's going to cost us some treasure. But we're going to have to do what we need with our defense industrial base to produce the equipment we need for our own troops, but also for the Ukrainians and others.
All right, Andrew Mack, we'll close with you. So over the course of the war, we have heard from the French government, messaging about how there needs to be a role for Russia in the future security of Europe. I think there's a strong impression that a lot of people have gleaned from the German government for a negotiated settlement immediately and for the fighting to stop. Also been some messaging from the American government about we need to not be too belligerent, we need to be open to peace. How are all these kinds of things received in Kyiv?
Look, just some facts, right? First, Russia is 28 times the size of Ukraine, 28 times, right? The idea that Russia deserves to get some territory as a buffer, given its size, is just absurd, right? Second, again, Russia initially started the war by annexing Crimea in 2014. Then they expanded the war quickly into Donbass and annexed that territory early on. And then, if that wasn't enough, in September, they annexed territory that they occupied and even some that they don't control yet. And Russia has stated as its policy is to get the territory that they don't control yet, that they annexed in September. So in light of those facts, I mean, people in Kyiv just don't understand what type of settlement there can be now, right? It's not that Russia is trying to go closer to a peaceful settlement. Russia is actually doing its best to go further away from a peaceful settlement, right? Also, at least to the best of my knowledge, there's been no pressure from the administration here on the Ukrainians to enter into a premature peace arrangement. At least, I have not heard of anything like that. There's an understanding that right now, sadly, there's nobody to negotiate with. In terms of the territorial claims, and I understand that Crimea, for whatever reason, is somehow viewed as potentially something that can be sacrificed to the Russians, whereas, Kherson can't be, right? Hard to explain to those people living in, those Ukrainians who are living under occupation in Crimea why their rights are subservient to the rights of people living in Kherson, but this is a common held theme, right? I think from the Ukrainian perspective, the war started in Crimea, it should end in Crimea, right? That territory has to be taken away from Russia. Whether ultimately that happens through military means or other means, that remains to be seen. But right now, this idea that somehow the Russian government could become once again a good citizen of Europe, and there could even be some kind of arrangement on territory that it's occupied. Again, Ukraine has had that arrangement for a decade before the war started, right? So it's not that this hasn't been tried, it's failed, right? So from the Ukrainian perspective, there has to be an understanding that all Ukrainian territory should return to Ukraine. Otherwise, the president has to explain to his people why one city is less Ukrainian than another city, and that makes no sense. So I doubt they'll see much leeway on that. Where I do think potentially, and I do agree that ultimately there will be a negotiation that ends this, no matter how it looks. I do think that if there is a way to diplomatically achieve something, to achieve that goal, as opposed to a military way to achieve it, I think there would be a preference to do it diplomatically, because it's the Ukrainians who are dying, right? But right now, they don't see that at all. They don't see any way to have anything remotely resembling a peace conference now. And the president even offered one in February. He offered to have one here in the States in February. Russians rejected it, I think, in about 30 seconds, right? So, it's not that the Ukrainians don't want it, right? Second thing, when it comes to EU accession and NATO, look, I think it's inevitable, both of them. Even, I think, Dr. Kissinger said, after what's happened, Ukraine's future is with NATO, and it's with the European Union. Regarding how fast it happens, I agree, the European Union accession could happen much quicker than NATO accession. But I do believe both will happen in, the next 10 to 20 years. And regardless of when and how this ends, Ukraine will be integrated with the West, with the U.S. especially. And, from an American interest perspective, there's a few things. One is, and for some reason it's not often spoken of here in D.C., but is there anybody who doesn't think China is watching what's happening in Ukraine, and that will not impact any decisions they make to start a war? Of course, right? And how this war ends and how resilient we all are in helping Ukraine will determine, I think, whether they start a war in Asia. If they think, okay, we can outlast the West for a year or 2 years, great, right? We can do it, right? We can do a naval blockade, and we can get what we want. So I think actually peace in Asia in many ways is determined by what happens now and how this war ends, right? Second thing is, even within Europe, from an American interest perspective, Ukraine is a natural ally. It's the size of Poland, is bigger even. And together with Poland, could become the new center in Europe. What I never understood is, when you hear the word Europe in DC, you think of Germany and France, right? Well, but why not Ukraine and Poland? Isn't that the future, really? Right? Not that Germany and France aren't, won't be an integral part of Europe, but, why is it only them associated with that term? I think, next 20, 30 years, we'll see a Europe where Ukraine and Poland take a much larger leadership role, and that will be something to the benefit of Washington.
Okay, well, on that very sobering note, I want to thank Ambassador Robert O'Brien, Senator Joseph Lieberman, Andrew Mack. This has been a fantastic and very informative discussion. So on behalf of the Kyiv Jewish Forum, I want to thank all three of you.
Our forum goes on with a message from California Congressman Brad Sherman.
Hello, I'm Congressman Brad Sherman from California's best named city, Sherman Oaks. Thank you for inviting me to this important event during this difficult time for our friends in Ukraine, who continue to inspire the world with their bravery and courage as they fight for their independence. I've been a strong supporter of Ukraine's Jewish community and the needs of Jewish Ukrainian refugees, who I've fought for through my continued work in efforts to reauthorize the Lautenberg Amendment. And as the second most senior Democrat on the House Foreign Affairs Committee and a longtime member of the Ukraine caucus, I fought over the last decade to provide Ukraine with the defensive weapon it needs to protect itself. For years, and really right up until the invasion, those of us pressing to provide Ukraine with defensive weapons faced a lot of opposition. First, from those who thought we should provide only non-lethal defense articles, and then from President Trump's policies that temporarily blocked aid to Ukraine. Finally, under President Biden, we redoubled our military assistance to Ukraine and, to date, have provided more aid than all other countries combined, a total of $30 billion in security assistance to Ukraine since January 2021, providing Ukraine with such defensive resources as it needs, from anti-aircraft Stingers to anti-armor javelins. We have helped the courageous Ukrainian people continue to defend their country against brutal Russian invasion. Moreover, the sanctions that the U.S. has implemented along with our allies since the start of this horrendous war have placed real pressure on the Russian regime. As a senior member of the House Committee on Financial Services, I played an active role in the implementation of such sanctions, namely the Russia and Belarus Financial Sanctions Act, which I authored and passed through the House. America must do more aid, more sanctions, until Putin withdraws. The support provided by the United States and our allies is not only for Ukraine, it is for democracy as a concept and for a rules-based international order, which we cannot allow Putin to undermine. As I close, I want to say to all our Ukrainian brothers and sisters who are watching, we will stay committed to your cause, to upholding Ukraine's territorial integrity and supporting your sovereignty for as long as it takes. Thank you. I'm Congressman Brad Sherman.
General Stanley McChrystal served as commander of U.S. and NATO forces in Iraq and Afghanistan. He is a true military leader turned inspirational speaker and author. And today he will speak to Tablet's Jeremy Stern about the military situation in Ukraine.
I'm very pleased to be here today with General Stanley McChrystal. General McChrystal is the former commander of U.S. and NATO forces in Afghanistan, as well as the former commander of the Joint Special Operations Command. He now teaches at Yale. He's the author of several books on leadership, and he is the CEO and chairman of the McChrystal Group in Washington, D.C. We're very glad to have him here with us today. So, General McChrystal, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
So, first question, broadly, I think the audience would love to hear your thoughts on what is the actual military situation at the moment in Ukraine, and specifically, how should we think about the new influx of Western weapons to Ukraine versus the apparent arrival of maybe hundreds of thousands of mobilized Russian reservists?
Sure. Well, we're a year into the war, and it's very different than I think almost anybody expected it to be. The Russians obviously thought it would be a 4-day operation to overthrow the government. Obviously, the Ukrainians took a longer-term view of a determined defense of their nation. And I think the West wasn't sure. I think there were a lot of people in the West who were prepared for a quick Russian victory. And now that has evolved, and it's turned into a grinding war. It's compared often to the First World War, to trench lines that don't move very much, a very artillery-centric battle. There have, for sure, been some big movements on the battlefield, But particularly over the last few months, those are smaller in terms of geography than before. And so now what it seems is we are entering the next phase of the war. And I don't think we have much more clarity on the next phase than we did the last phase, to be sure. You mentioned that there are additional Russian forces coming in, and that's for sure. And there's the ability really for Russia, if we think back and compare it maybe to the Second World War, where they lost 20 million people killed, then suddenly, mathematically, the ability to put a lot more people in and to suffer huge casualties is something we have to admit is a reality. So as more Russian forces come in, even if they are not as well trained or as well led as they would like them to be, they are a factor in the fight, and they can make this thing last for a long time. On the Ukrainian side, there has been some deft military leadership, impressive. There's also been the influx of technology you mentioned that some is familiar. There are tanks on the way, there are missiles that have been provided, but there's also been new technology which has been leveraged more than ever before. Unmanned aerial vehicles, drones, precision weapons. So it's changed the nature of the war somewhat. As we say, from what I see, the largest killer on the battlefield are still dumb artillery rounds we call non-smart or lower tech 155 artillery rounds. And so there are new parts of this and there are old aspects as well. So now the question is, how does this comparison or this matchup break out now? I think you could say that the Russians have enough mass to make it very difficult for, even with precision weapons, for the Ukrainians to do large offensives to retake terrain. At the same time, the Russians, by their own limitations, have a difficult time doing that. So we're likely to see a very lethal continuation of the same for a bit until certain things kick in. And I would say the things that kick in are unlikely to be technology. It's unlikely to be additional tanks deployed, or even fighter aircraft, or if they got them, ATACMS missiles. Those would all be valuable. But I think the difference is going to be determination. It's going to be who commits themselves not to give up and not to lose. And we tend to want to consider war as a scale between military capabilities. And I would say at the end of the day, it tends to be a scale that really measures will.
Yeah, that's a point very well taken. And, just on a related question, to the extent that certain weapon systems are making a difference in the war, or that the Ukrainian government is prioritizing their requests for these systems, we've seen a pattern over the course of the last year in which it seems the Ukrainians ask for certain capabilities. Washington and some European capitals are initially reluctant to supply them, or they decline the request kind of on principle, presumably in order to avoid conveying the impression of a rapid escalation with Russia. But then incrementally over time, we do kind of eventually provide them. So you mentioned HIMARS, most recently tanks. It seems like now the question is over fixed wing aircraft, maybe ATACMS, as you mentioned. What do you think kind of process-wise? I mean, is Congress and the administration kind of, in your view, doing the responsible thing by making this as gradually as possible? Or is there a sense in which we should meet the urgency of the requests we're getting from Kyiv? I know it's a difficult question.
Well, it's a difficult question, and I'll give you my personal answer. But first, let's go back and just consider sort of history. What the West is doing is historically aligned with what we typically see happen. If we go to the beginning of most wars, they begin for very specific objectives. Once the war gets going, those objectives tend to be forgotten because those objectives get confused or they're unattainable. And often your new objective is just to get out of the war or not lose. The same with the use of things like technology. At the beginning of the Second World War, every nation said that they were not planning on bombing civilians. There had been a big development of aircraft between the First and Second World War, and suddenly the ability to do heavy bombing was open to all nations. And everybody said they wouldn't bomb civilians, they'd bomb military targets only. In fact, the United States went with precision daylight bombing for the rationale that they would be able to actually hit only military targets. Well, you remember, only a few months into the war, every nation that was a combatant started bombing civilians. The United States took it to an art form. I mean, we got to the point where the fire bombings in both Germany and Tokyo were extraordinarily gruesome affairs. And then, of course, we unleashed nuclear weapons. So I say that wars tend to get their own, like a fire. They tend to grow their own energy as time passes. And I think that's true of providing weapons to a combatant. If we go back to our support of the Mujahideen in Afghanistan against the Russians, we started by giving limited money, giving some arms that they already had. And then over time, we provided anti-tank weapons, and then most notably the Stinger anti-aircraft missile. So as you get involved and the war gets more difficult and emotional, you start like a poker game, you double down. And so I think what we're seeing is not a plan that the West had that we will meter out providing additional technology. It's that we provide technology and we find that's good, but it's not enough. And so we ante up into the pot, and it continues to go. Now, my personal view, this is not American policy, my personal view is we need to support Ukraine to the extent that they win this fight. And we can talk about what that means, but I think it's important that we give them the technology required to do that. But I also do respect the idea that if you were to suddenly flood extraordinary amounts of weapons, the effect it's likely to have on Russia, not just Vladimir Putin, but the Russian people, could produce a different outcome than we want. It could produce an idea that they are being targeted themselves, that even an invasion of Russia is contemplated by the West. And so I think that this somewhat slow escalation is frustrating for the Ukrainians, but I think it's natural and probably could have been predicted.
So a question about the kind of logical continuation of that, train of thought there. I mean, the nuclear question, I think it's shocking for a lot of Americans and, of course, other people around the world that this has become so imminent in a way it hasn't been in recent history. I mean, how do you think we should think about the nuclear issue? Are these sporadic Russian threats credible? Do the chances of a Russian nuclear strike actually increase with the odds of a Ukrainian victory? Is it all bluff? I mean, how would you parse this issue for us?
Yeah, and none of us can be sure. What I do believe is that Vladimir Putin is an aging autocrat, a dictator. His legacy, as well as retaining power, probably depends upon success in some measure of this operation. So if he looks like he's about to be completely unsuccessful, have a military catastrophe, have a complete defeat, then I think if you try to get in the mind of a person like that, I think that you can't be confident that he would not deploy nuclear weapons. Now, I think those nuclear weapons would likely be tactical nuclear weapons. They would likely be to create the mindset in the Western Europeans that we have crossed a divide and that now ground war in Western Europe is possible, which is, of course, terrifying to Western Europe. But I think he would like to create that doubt on the part of people supporting Ukraine with that. Now, we say that nuclear weapons are unthinkable, and when we think of strategic nuclear weapons, the destruction of the planet, they certainly are. But I'm not sure that the idea of tactical nuclear weapons on the part of many people is unthinkable at all. I think that there is the idea that it could be shocking on the battlefield inside the actual battlefield itself, inside Ukraine. It would shock the Ukrainians. Obviously, it would terrify many of the countries supporting Ukraine, and then some who aren't supporting but are on the fence would suddenly be very, very interested in trying to get a quick end to the fight. So I do think we can't take that off. We can't ignore that being a reality. I can't put a percentage of likelihood on it, but I think it'd be unrealistic to say that it couldn't happen.
Well, on that sobering note, let's close with a couple of questions about the United States. And again, being clear, you're speaking in your own personal capacity, not on behalf of anybody in the U.S. government. But in your opinion, what end result is the U.S. trying to achieve in Ukraine? Or maybe what do you think we should be trying to achieve? Is it a clear Ukrainian victory, including the reclamation of all previously lost territories? Is it a negotiated settlement that might have to include the permanent loss of some Ukrainian territory? Is it guarantees of accession or non-accession to NATO or the EU? Is it regime change in Moscow? I mean, lots of possibilities you hear being discussed. What's your view?
Yeah, those are, of course, a spectrum that it's hard to say where it'll end up, but I'll give you my opinion on where it should. I think first and foremost, we go back to what George W. Bush said after the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait and the conquest of Kuwait in 1990. He said, "This shall not stand." I think it is important that the first message that we send is Ukraine, a sovereign nation with a desire to be a sovereign nation, has that right. And if we, the United States, and the West more broadly, are not willing to protect a nation that both has that right to survive under that sense, but also has demonstrated the will to go to the fight for that, I think then we would weaken ourselves as well as we let down another nation. We'd send a message around the world, both to nations under threat, but also to autocratic leadership of countries that threaten them, that this is a possibility. And I think that's sort of foundational to the ideas behind the United Nations and NATO and all of connections between nations. So I think first and foremost, Ukraine must survive. I think second, in a more personal sense, I think Russia must fail in this. Now you say, well, both have to happen. In reality, while I think that a complete Russian failure with the toppling of the Putin regime could be one aim, I think maybe more subtly, we could just create a situation where it is clear that this effort by Vladimir Putin failed. It was a bad idea and it failed in execution and an outcome. Now we come back and we say, all right, what about the currently occupied regions, particularly Crimea? I divide them into two parts, and I'm not an expert on the region like as much as some people are. I think that part of Ukraine, the Donbass particularly, I think that's Ukrainian. I know that there's a number of people that a good percentage of the population with Russian ties, Russian background, and Russian language in that part. But I think that terrain was seized, and I think Ukraine has every right to that. When you talk Crimea, on an emotional sense, I believe that Ukraine has a right to retain Crimea. But I don't think that inside Russia, the Russian population views the Donbass and Crimea in quite the same way. I think there is an identification of Crimea more with traditional Russia. So when you get into that, I'd leave it to the diplomats, because you start to enter a point where we might get a peace that is like the end of the First World War. It guarantees another war. And I don't think that's in anybody's interest. So I would say that broadly, Ukraine deserves its sovereignty, but I do think we need to figure out whatever piece is right for stability going forward, so we don't see this kind of thing again.
Okay, well, final question about America. So for a while last year, almost all of last year, it seemed like Ukraine was one of the maybe few durable bipartisan issues in America. And I think to a large extent that's still true. But in early 2023, we do hear some talk of Ukraine fatigue, and we hear this in Europe as well. and in America particularly, maybe support for Ukraine becoming kind of a political football in U.S. electoral politics on both sides of the aisle. I mean, what do you see as the major factors determining continued bipartisan U.S. support for Ukraine over the next 1 to 2 years? And if you're willing to speak on any parallels or lessons you might offer from your own experiences in this area in Iraq and Afghanistan, I'm sure our viewers would love to hear about it.
Sure. I think first and foremost, after the fight in Mogadishu in 1993, when America lost 18 service members in a difficult firefight, and we pulled out of Mogadishu, there was a conclusion by many people that America couldn't stand casualties, and therefore anytime we got in a war, if we took casualties, then we would pull out. I think that proved not to be true. I think it proved that in Iraq and Afghanistan, we were willing to assume casualties and invest. What we're not good at is staying committed to something that we don't see progress in. We like to see very clear, measurable progress with a beginning, a middle, and an end, and that end can't be too far away. And so I think America's national nature makes our ability to stay focused for something that is a long, enduring requirement, like Afghanistan proved to be, is problematic. And so it becomes a vulnerability. So first and foremost, our natural character. We need to see constant reinforcement of how important that is to us, which we couldn't see in Afghanistan or Iraq. And so national support for both efforts started to erode pretty quickly. And so I think we need to figure that out. And so what I think we have to do is make that case to the American people. You know, we need to make the case, like when we had troops in Japan and Germany after World War II, there was a case made for why that was important, and it was constantly revalidated. The other side of that actually exacerbates this problem is that there is a political dynamic in the United States, which means that the opposition wants to oppose anything that the governing party is doing. And so even if it doesn't make sense from a standpoint of global political policy for the US, it becomes a leverage point. And I think that that's dangerous too. I'm always believed that American politics ought to stop at the water's edge, our national borders, but they don't now. And so the reality is, I think the danger is Ukraine becomes a political football that's totally divorced from the pros and cons or the interests of the United States with regard to that issue. It just becomes something that can be used politically. And I think that that is dangerous. And I think that our leadership, this is a point where we ought to hold our leaders accountable on both sides, saying you can argue about a lot of things. Don't argue when we're putting America's political interests around the world and the interests of our allies, like Ukraine, at risk.
Okay, well, on behalf of everyone at the Kyiv Jewish Forum, I want to thank General Stanley McChrystal for joining us. It's been a real pleasure talking to you today, so thank you very much.
My honor, Jeremy. Thank you.
Marcy Kaptur is a congresswoman from the state of Ohio. She is also the longest-serving congresswoman in the U.S. history and a co-chair of the Congressional Ukrainian Caucus, a bipartisan alliance that has been active on behalf of Ukraine for more than half a century. Today, U.S. bipartisan support for Ukraine is as relevant as ever. Our warmest welcome to Ms. Kaptur. Congresswoman, thank you for being with us. And thank you for many initiatives you took and efforts to support Ukraine. But in the current state of affairs on the Hill, and specifically in the House, how difficult it will be to pass another legislation to support Ukraine?
Well, that's a really good question, Natalka, and I'm very pleased to be on this program and honored, actually. Let me just say, in terms of the House, we now have close to 100 members of the U.S. House of Representatives on a bipartisan basis that are members of the Ukraine caucus. That is quite significant. I always manage during the week to wear my pins, as do many, many members in support of Ukraine on both sides of the aisle. Now, in the legislation we passed last year, we provided sufficient funding for Ukraine for this year, expecting that we might have a few speed bumps in the road here that we would have to negotiate. But I think the support for Ukraine is very deep and strong on both sides of the aisle. So I'm optimistic. We are just moving into our new session now in our various committees. Members have just been appointed to their committees, and of course the interest groups will come forward and make their views known, and I know that those who support Ukraine will, and I encourage them to do that. But I'm feeling very good about our ability to supply our allies and assist Ukraine so that she is victorious in this terrible, terrible war.
Congresswoman, Ukraine and its government and its people many times said how grateful they are, especially to the American government for all their efforts and their help and aid packages. However, we all know that war is quite expensive business, and to run it for Ukraine costs a lot of money. It's around $6 billion monthly to pay the bills, to run the economy, to pay military, to buy supplies and munitions. So when we think of this $45 billion last package passed inside of the National Defense Authorization Act, this money will partly go to Ukraine, partly go to support European allies, Americans, to buy those supplies and to support all those people who are here in the United States, fled the country because of the war. So how likely the financial aid would be an obstacle here?
Well, we are moving into Congress where we have divided government. The House is controlled by the Republican Party marginally, and the Senate by the Democratic Party marginally. So I would just say that our country has our responsibilities to our NATO allies, first of all, to uphold our security arrangements with them. We've been doing a great deal in order to protect the territory we are bound by law to protect and by treaty. The president of Ukraine was just in Britain. Really magnificent reception across the British Commonwealth and in Western Europe. So other nations, it isn't just the United States. There are other nations that understand that victory for Ukraine is essential because it is the new scrimmage line for liberty in Europe. And we know the history of Russia. We know Russia is an expansionist power and a predatory one. When she crossed over Ukraine's border, she violated every single tenet of international law, violating the territorial integrity and sovereignty of an independent country that had been independent for over 3 decades. So she's done something terribly wrong, and now the war has moved to a point where I believe Russia will be brought before international tribunals because of the terrorist nature of what she is doing, killing and raping civilians, women, killing children, trafficking in children, killing the elderly. What kind of behavior, demented behavior is that? And so she will continue to pay a price. You can see the sanctions are beginning to bite down now as time goes on Russia. And hopefully there'll be enough people in Russia to recognize that further plunder really isn't a help to Russia or to any other set of rational human beings that inhabit the planet. So I think that Congress will continue to support Ukraine's efforts as we have, as best we can through equipment and through supplies, and to try to heal those who are being injured.
So because you touched on bringing Russia into the international court and held it accountable, do you have an understanding, especially with European allies, how exactly you're going to approach to this situation from the legal standpoint?
I think what's happening now in Europe, and again, the United States doesn't act alone, but other countries are coming forward and suggesting the manner in which the hearings could be held. And I don't think Europe has reached agreement on that, but it's definitely a very high priority on the agenda of the European countries. It was interesting to me that this week, again, there was a call by Ukraine for membership in the European Union. And you're talking about a lot of countries. It isn't just one country. And so they have to reach agreement, but they're all focused on how to help Ukraine win and how to help her negotiate her membership in the European Union. These are all good signs. It's moving slowly, but it's moving. And Ukraine's people and her soldiers are just distinguishing themselves for the world to see. And I think in the end, I think what will happen is that not only will Ukraine be victorious, but we're going to see the very nature of liberty enlightened by these terrible sacrifices that have been made, and that Central Europe is going to become much more pivotal in the world of politics internationally because of what she is winning. The respect of the public across borders, and also her sacrifice will bring liberty to millions of people that have never experienced it before. And that's really what Russia's afraid of. She's afraid to kind of grow up and to move into the 21st century. Her own people would benefit by it. The backwardness of life in Russia is really something to experience, which I have. And I find it pitiful for the people of Russia. So I think Ukraine is an idea. She's not just a nation, she's an idea that people that were formerly subjugated can now be free. And when that moment comes, and it will, the lives of millions of people will become bettered over time. So this battle is of consequence for the concept of liberty for those who have been repressed and subjugated for so long.
Congresswoman, because you just touched on Russia, I will probably ask you something quite unconventional, because we often ask what would be the end game for Ukraine, and many voices would say Ukraine will win. Of course, but how do you think things will turn out for Russia? And more importantly, what would be the end game for current Russian regime?
Well, I think that those who are well experienced and well traveled have to think about the next generation in Russia. If you look at social conditions in Russia, they're not good. And the sanctions are going to bear down hard, and they will continue to bear down hard. I think that there are rational people inside of Russia, and I think they have to be thinking hard about how to end this conflict. And and to come out with any kind of, I think they have lost respect around the world at such a level. I don't know how Russia recovers from this, if you want to know the truth. I think that for Ukraine, her ability to live under the conditions in which they are suffering now, and to stand off this country that has so violated every precept of human goodness that possibly exists. I think that Russia's losing every day. She's losing every day in world opinion. And a new generation has to rise in Russia too. And what was somewhat surprising to me, though not unexpected, the number of younger people leaving Russia, escaping, and they still are, not wanting to live under that regime. Surely there must be some people inside of Russia that see this. I've traveled through Russia. I'm banned from going there now. But there are people there that want progress for their own people. And this is all being put on hold now. And people there, they're losing sons. They're losing their family members for this worthless escapade by Putin. And surely, at some point, it's going to come home to the people of Russia. You know what? This isn't in our interest. This isn't in the, interests of the future of this country. So I think, though this war has dragged on for almost a year now, I think that it's having a reciprocal impact inside of Russia, though because of the banning of the media and everything, we don't see that every day, but it has to be going on.
Well, partly I would agree with you, but there is another opinion that there is a generation of young children who are already brainwashed in daycares and schools to praise Putin and the glorious war and Wagner Group, what we are going to do with them. And they're growing up to adults. And what could be a process of reintegrating them to any sort of society that does not believe that war is a solution?
Well, I think that Ukraine, with its linguistic capabilities, and other countries in the region, I think they have to do their part to try to use social media and other ways of reaching people. There are still familial connections that exist in some places. I think that over time, and I think this is what Putin's afraid of, that he's probably incapable of changing. I'm so angry with him, really. I expected more of him. I expected more. And he's acting like it's 1930. So he's behind the times. He's not accepting the possibilities of a modern era for his own people. And Russia needs a lot of help, sad to say. And I think that the media will come with it. I think a lot of the social media that exists now, there will be different ways of people communicating. It's going to take a while, but the first order of business is to win in Ukraine. And that will usher in a new era. And that will benefit many countries in the region, not just Ukraine.
So you mentioned that Ukraine supposed to win, and this is a statement. And to help Ukraine win the war, a lot of countries all over the globe are coming with different sorts of aid. So just recently, the United Kingdom said that they're going to provide to Ukrainian pilots a special training program so they would be able to operate Western-made fighter jets. The United States had a similar program, but it was not included to NDA of 2023. How likely, because the United Kingdom already made this step, this program will be returned to the table?
I think that in terms of the supply of weapons and so forth, I'll leave that to the military experts, what's needed when. But I do believe that it's important that several countries provide assistance to Ukraine. The United States is doing its part. We're part of a coalition of nations to protect all of Europe under NATO. And I want to congratulate the citizens of the United Kingdom for their help and for the training that will be provided there. They're great pilots, by the way. And Russia has become famous for trying to fly up the English Channel just to bump up against the airspace, try to threaten Britain. What a mistake that is. And so the Brits know what's at stake. And they will provide very fine training. In my region, we manufacture the M1A2 tank, the M1A1 prior to that. And so we understand something about land warfare in my region of the world. And we intend to keep our commitments to Ukraine. So I think it's important to have a broad coalition of support and not just depend on one country. I think the Poles are distinguishing themselves in what they are doing. I complimented them recently, many of their leaders, on accepting so many citizens from Ukraine inside their country to provide them refuge. And many are going back now and returning many of the soldiers to the front. And other countries that adjoin that border with Ukraine, they've been magnificent. And they're not the largest countries in Europe. What courage that takes. What courage.
So I heard that you have some Polish descent and being raised in the United States and representing people of Ohio. Right now, you have a lot of your constituents of Polish descent too, but also Ukrainian, so they don't probably need an explanation. But when you talk to your constituents, how exactly you explain to them why helping Ukraine, supporting Ukraine is important? Why it's supposed to be their interest, they pay their own dollars?
Yes, well, you know what's interesting about our region? We became the recipients of immigration from Central Europe for generations as people either survived or fled tyranny. So we are a part of America that, whether you're talking about New York City, but then proceeding west from there, if you're in Buffalo, New York, or Rochester, or Erie, Pennsylvania, or Cleveland, Ohio, or Toledo, Ohio, or Detroit, Michigan, or Chicago, Illinois, if you look through that whole region, we have, just in Cleveland, we have the third largest Ukrainian American population in the United States. Philadelphia and Chicago have higher populations, but as a percent of our population, this is quite significant in our region. In terms of Polish Americans, my own heritage, though our mother's parents came from what is now Khmelnytsky Oblast inside of Ukraine because the borders changed, we have over 140,000 individuals of Polish heritage just in northern Ohio. That's a huge number. Actually. We have over 50,000 Hungarian Americans in the greater Cleveland area. We have Bulgarians, Estonians, Latvians, Lithuanians. It looks like little Europe all throughout the region that I represent. And the reason that people are there is because their families could not live. They could not survive. Each story is so compelling if you listen to these family stories. Some have written books. I'm actually working on a movie right now about one family that I've represented and what they endured, both in Europe and then when they came to the United States. I think it's important that we tell these stories and that Americans enlarge their knowledge of history and why liberty is so precious to those of us who are blessed to have it. And I think that this kind of enlightenment, Russia's war on Ukraine, helps educate the world about how the struggle for liberty remains ongoing in our world today. And so for my own constituents, I have represented some of the most brave and persevering human beings I have ever met.
Congresswoman, your assistants are telling me that we are very close to let you go, so I have one last question to summarize. What do you think are the biggest accomplishments of the United States government in aiding Ukraine as we approach to this first year of a full-scale invasion of Ukraine from Russia, and what could be done better?
Well, first of all, we have a whole new generation of young people in Ukraine who have been allowed to grow up in a country that had liberty for the first time. And I can see the difference in the way they walk, in the looks in their faces. They know there's a better way forward. They know. They've lived it. And so I see hope. I see hope in the eyes of people that I never saw hope before. Because my first trip to Ukraine was in 1973, as we attempted to find the history of our own family, and which proved to be very difficult. And I never knew it would be so hard. We were followed by the secret police. We were watched everywhere we went. We were supposed to have family unification, which proved extremely difficult. I go there now, and people are able to have their own businesses. They're able to educate their children. The teachers are so magnificent and enduring through this war. That kind of raw strength to keep going no matter what is just world class. I mean, we're going to have a football game here over the weekend, the Super Bowl. Nothing can compare to what the Ukrainian people are doing right now. That to me is true greatness. And that And they know it. And they know it. And that commitment is going to win. And they will inspire the world. And that's, so initially, the terror that happened was a shock to the whole world. But now what you're seeing is individuals, countries, organizations trying to find ways to help Ukraine. And that's happening not as fast as we would hope, but it's happening in a very measured way. And I think that victory will come soon, I hope. And we will be a part, the United States will play a major role in that. I just hope we are better able to organize our assistance that comes from the private sector, oblast by oblast, in a more organized manner than we've been able to do to date.
So what is the greatest accomplishment of the United States government within this year of supporting Ukraine, do you think?
Well, I think for the United States to make sure that Ukraine has the proper weaponry and support to win.
Thank you for your time and thank you for your opinion and support to Ukraine. I was joined by Congressman Marcy Kaptur, co-chair of Ukrainian Congressional Caucus. Our next panel explores the question of whether Ukraine is the Israel of Europe. Let's tune in, and after the panel, stay with us. We have more.
I'm very pleased to be here today with Bernard-Henri Lévy, philosopher, public intellectual, author, and filmmaker. He joins us from Paris. Yosef Yaffa, publisher, editor of the German weekly Die Zeit, and distinguished fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University. And Simone Rodin-Benzaken, managing director of AJC Europe. She also joins us from Paris. We've got about 40 minutes of discussion, so let's get started. First question, and we'll start with Dr. Yaffa. So, in the United States, despite the ups and downs of its electoral politics, Israel has more or less managed to remain broadly bipartisan. Even in Europe, where popular support for Israel is perhaps a bit less robust, at the level of government-to-government relations, with the major European countries and Israel, relations remain very strong. Now, Ukraine, for all of last year, remained a broadly bipartisan issue in America and seemed like one of the few durable bipartisan issues in America. In early 2023, that remains the case, but we are hearing talk of Ukraine fatigue or Ukraine becoming a kind of political football on both sides of the aisle. So, Dr. Yaffa, start us off. What do you see as the lessons or parallels in the Israeli experience for Ukraine?
Well, let's start with the U.S. and Ukraine. I don't think it's become a football yet. I don't think it will. What we have is some noise on one part of the Republican Party, which wants to spend less on Ukraine, and then something like that on the far left of the Democratic Party. And by the way, that reflects the opinion in Europe too. It's the far left and the far right, but not the huge, vast center that wants to cut aid or deny it completely to Ukraine. So I think for the time being, we are okay here. I will add this. I'm really quite amazed that the Europeans came together. That was not initially the case. With the French and the Germans trying to mediate. So for the time being, we are okay. We are in good shape. And I don't think it's going to last unless that war lasts forever. And that we don't know. We know how wars start. We don't know how they end.
Bernard, let's go to you. What parallels or lessons do you see in how Israel has managed to remain a more or less bipartisan issue in America? What can Ukraine learn from that experience?
What can Ukraine learn is, first of all, that it is crucial to be bipartisan. What I expect is that Ukraine will keep being a bipartisan cause. This is very important. If we want a real support for Ukraine, a real efficient support. It should be by no way a football, as you said, case. I agree with what Joseph just said, Mr. Joffé. I would just add the few, it is not the few additional points. It's not only a question of extreme left and extreme right, though it is that, of course. But those who are anti-Ukraine today in Europe, they sometimes belong to the mainstream, sometimes to the left and the right, because the question is the question of what we call in France sovereignism, which means the ideas that the affairs of a nation should be solved inside the borders of a nation or of an area. You have some people in France, in Germany, in Spain, who really believe that it is a matter of Russia and Ukraine, that it is an inter-etatic war. As you know, Clausewitz made a distinction between inter-etatic wars and absolute wars. Ukraine, Russia, is an absolute war, and it is right to be involved, all of us. Some don't agree. They still believe that it is an inter-etatic war limited to a certain area of influence. Number two, you have on the right and on the left people who take seriously the theory of the linguistic nationalism. This theory, which was formulated a long time ago by an Hungarian linguist, historian, Collins van Bibel, which is where you speak French is France, where you speak German is Germany, when you speak Russian is Russia. This was also the theory of the worst of Europe and of the Nazism, of course, in the 30s. It is the theory of Putin. Putin and the people around him believe that where you speak Russian is Russia. You have some people who take seriously in France this idea on the left and on the right, not only extreme. And last point, you have another dividing line, which is very simple, which is cowardness and courage. You have people who keep repeating, and again, sometimes in the center, where why should we care about Donbass? As their grandfather said, why should we care about Danzig? You know, and those are just coward. They are just unable to catch the very essence, existential threat which concerns all of us. So all these dividing lines, added to the one which Mr. Joffé said, constitute in Europe a bipartisan camp of those who don't want to enter in this Ukrainian matter, and on the other side, the bipartisan coalition of those who know that the war which Zelensky is waging is our war.
Can I interrupt? Can I add something?
Sure, and then we'll go to Simone after you.
You know, the idea that Russia is where they speak Russian reminds me of Adolf Hitler, who said, you know, Germany is where Germans live. Germany is where Germans live. The recipe prescription for imperialism.
That's exactly what I said. Yeah, Adolf Hitler was the one who took, alas, at the letter, this linguistic nationalism theory, of course, and that is one of the reasons why Putin is resuming the heritage of Hitler, of Nazism, and so on.
Simone, you're intimately familiar with the issue of Israel and the role it plays in European politics. What do you see as some of the ways that Ukraine might be able to replicate some of its successes or avoid some of its pitfalls?
So first of all, I agree both with Mr. Joffé and with Bernard-Henri Lévy about the fact that it's both a phenomenon you see on the far right and on the far left, but also within the center for different reasons, with different movements that are happening, whether it's isolationism, pacifism, or sovereignism. I'm slightly less optimistic, even though I stay optimistic, that things are, that support is deteriorating, particularly in the United States. Because Ukraine is far away, because the situation on the ground, the economic situation is complicated, and yes, because also of polarization. When you look at the last few research, you can clearly see that both on the Republican side and on the Democratic side, there is a decrease of support. When you compare the numbers, I think in the fall, the Republican support was about 30%. Those who think that there was too much support for Ukraine was about 30%. Now it's 40%. The same goes for the Democratic Party. It went from 5% to 15%. So I think, unfortunately, we do see a movement. And I do think, going back to what Mr. Joffe said, that it has to do also with the fact of the fringes of both parties, meaning that there is something going on the right of the Republican Party and on the left of the Democratic Party for two different reasons. One is more sort of linked to isolationism, the other more linked to what it can call maybe pacifism. But I think it is a dangerous movement, and it brings me, therefore, also back to Israel, because you're right, Israel has had bipartisan support for a very long time, but with the polarization going on in both parties and fringes that we see in both parties, you do see also the same phenomenon taking place. It's minimal, it's marginal, it's not representative at all, but it is there, and I think it joins to some extent the same dynamics, the same forces that are happening with relations to the support of Ukraine.
Okay, thanks very much. Let's get into a question about history and national identity. So in one sense, the contemporary state of Israel is the continuation of a story that's been going on for millennia, and that's the story of the Jewish people. And in another sense, the current state of Israel is something entirely new and completely distinct in world history and in Jewish history. And that's in part based on an identity that's been formed through the wars for survival that Israel has had to fight over the last 80 years. Where do you see Ukraine in these terms? Is contemporary Ukraine part of a story that goes back hundreds of years, at least to Catherine the Great, about territorial struggle with its larger neighbor? Or is something new being forged here? Can we talk about a kind of break in Ukrainian history in the last year? Yosef, let's start with you.
I don't think it's a break. We often think that Ukraine is something like Russia, and the idea is from the Kievan Rus, which, by the way, was not a Russian construction, but a Norseman construction. So for hundreds of years, they've been fighting for autonomy and independence. So it is not something which occurred on the 24th of February last year. We forget that Ukraine really is a nation with a distinct and very old identity. If you want to compare it to Israel, well, Jews have had 2,000 years of identity, or 3,000. It's not quite as long in the Ukrainian case, but we're talking about almost for a millennium of very separate and intensive identity. And that's why the Russians, by the way, since Stalin and Lenin, have been trying to destroy that identity. They have banned books, they have banned theater, they have arrested directors, they have closed libraries. If there were no identity, the Soviets and the Russians wouldn't have done it.
Bernard, let's go to you.
Two things about the Kyiv of Rus, which you said just mentioned. It's an incredible case of historical revisionism. As you know, the Putin propaganda says that the Kyiv of Rus, the Rus of Kyiv, is the proof that Ukraine belongs to Russia, which is absolutely stupid. It's exactly the reverse. Ukraine was really the stemming point. It was the source. It was the departure point of Russia itself. Ukraine existed, the Rus of Kyiv existed much before that any sort of state or political entity existed in Moscow or in Petersburg. And clearly, Ukrainian nation is more ancient than the Russian one, which is generally told on the reverse, number one. Number two, about Israel and Ukraine, I like the title you gave to our discussion. I liked it because there are a lot of similarities. Number one, both Israel and Ukraine have been built by poets, have been continued. The flame has been constantly burning because of writers, poets, mythologists, and so on. For Israel, it's very well known. For Ukraine, a little less well known, but it is true. I could elaborate on that. Second point, you are right, is the phenomenon of the war. In Israel, it is clear that there was a breaking point in 1948 with the first war against Israel launched by the neighbors, and this created a very strong contributor to create, even in a stronger way, a national identity. Same for Ukraine. You had, before 2014, one could say that you had two different Ukraine, one speaking Ukrainian, one speaking Russian, the East and the West, maybe the South also, the Odessa region, and so on and so on. I know Ukraine since long. I never saw Ukraine so united, so much feeling as a nation, than since the beginning of this war, which is 2014, and even more with the invasion on the 24th of February 2022. So there is a 1948 moment for Ukraine today, 1948 like in Israel, which is under the pressure of the war, a strong national consciousness taking place. And the third point, which make the two, the national experience of Israel, national experience of Ukraine look like, is that they are very special nations. And what is special in both of them, I would say, is the internationalist dimension of the two nations. Israel, as you know, was, as we all know, was the miracle of a nation made by people coming from the East, from the West, from Africa, from Arab world, from Russia, and so on. And all of a sudden, like in a sort of Jean-Jacques Rousseau social contract, building a nation. Ukraine, you have some Tatar, you have some Cossack, you have some very various and different ethnicities, speaking a lot of languages, and all that makes a sort of melting pot, building a nation. And this sense of a strong nation coming out, stemming out multi-ethnicity, multi-language, and multi-identity, and making a strong nation under a strong commander-in-chief and so on, this is not so frequent, and this again is a bridge between the experience of Israel and the experience of Ukraine.
Simone, let's get your thoughts.
I frankly don't have so much to add. Bernard basically said exactly what I want to say. But I think, indeed, the second point which he mentioned, the fact that the Maidan revolution really profoundly changed the sense of national identity, and the parallels between 1948 and, I would say, indeed, 2014 is pretty striking. Let's just hope that it will have exactly the same outcome.
Yes.
Okay, well, let's close with a question about geopolitics. So, Israel is a country that in many ways punches above its weight in military terms, in diplomatic terms, in economic and technological terms. And some say that this is actually the result of certain dynamics that are ordinarily considered weaknesses of Israel, namely its small size and its geography, being surrounded by countries that historically have not been interested in the future of Israel's survival. And the theory there is that when your margin for survival is razor thin, it forces you to have excellent political intelligence, it forces talent to the top, it gives you a very low tolerance for bad ideas or incompetent people. And maybe there's a certain way that this can explain how a small, inexperienced country was able to become so militarily formidable in such a short amount of time. In Ukraine, we've seen in the last year, seemingly almost overnight, was able to build the most formidable land army in Europe. What does the experience of Israel in this sense make you think about the future military and economic potential of Ukraine, that its geography is not changing anytime soon, this is going to force it to have to probably continually fight for its survival? Simone, let's start with you and then we'll go down the line.
Sure. So very quickly, I would say, first of all, there's obviously a lesson for Ukraine, and there are indeed parallels between this small nation to be extremely vigilant, have no patience for mistakes, actually take threats seriously. But I think there's also a lesson for the world in particular, because most of the world didn't believe that this would happen, didn't listen to what Vladimir Putin said repeatedly, what Vladimir Putin did repeatedly. And I think so there's a very important lesson as well for the world, and a message that Ukraine can convey to the world. Actually take the world of autocrats like Putin seriously. Don't believe that we live in a world where everything, where everything goes by wishful thinking, but take threats seriously. The other, I think, important aspect is that Ukraine, just like Israel, has been fighting and is fighting both for liberty and for democratic values. There, I think there is a very important lesson to be learned. There are obviously a lot of debates right now where Israel is going and whether Israel's democracy will survive. The reality is that over the past decade, despite this environment in which Israel lives, despite of the permanent state of war Israel is in, it has created and maintained an incredibly strong democracy and an incredibly strong sense of self and fighting for liberty. So as a lesson for Ukraine, and I think some of the steps that have been taken, including about corruption, for example, in the past weeks, including about the fact that, of course, Ukraine has made it very, very clear that it wants to be part of the European Union and of the West, and therefore be part of the idea of the Western world and democratic values, is clearly a parallel and I think a hopeful path to the future.
Yosef, let's go to you.
I think if you are Israel or Ukraine, you have to be on your toes 24/7, or you end up in a wheelchair or in a coffin. I think that certainly concentrates the mind. Next point, the army is at the core of all of this. Why? First of all, just by sheer necessity and experience, it's the best trained army in the world, which has been fighting since day one. There's no other army which can match the Israeli in terms of experience and capacity. And finally, we talked about this, about talent rising to the top. If you are in that kind of position, That's what you have to do. And the interesting thing is that Israel has a draft army. So every year, as the cohort of 18-year-olds comes online, the army has perfect knowledge of their intelligence, their biometrics, their skills. And it allows them to match talent with position. One example to me is Unit 8200, which is in cyber warfare and digital technology. I think Unit 8200 is like MIT and Stanford rolled into one. And with an endless supply of highly talented people, I think the Ukraine is doing and has to do the same thing, which is to bring the best and the brightest into the armed forces, because the threat, no matter how that war ends, is not going to subside. And that's, to me, the parallel between the two countries.
Bernard, let's get your thoughts.
I agree with most of what was said. 1948, 2014, that's true, same sort of miracle. 2014 in Ukraine, the army was so weak. Remember when it was the army was beaten in Crimea without fighting, and it took a few years to build the strongest army in Europe. The strongest because not only weaponry and technicity, but bravery and will to use. Israel, of course, there was the Haganah before, a real tradition of fighting, but it took so little time also in 1948 to build a real brave army. So there is a very evident parallel. Is it due to the existential threat, you ask? Probably yes, but not completely. I know some countries, including mine, France, who were under existential threat, but who did not fight and who even submitted. I'm thinking of 1940. We had in France, my generation of my fathers had an existential threat above their heads. Some of them, like my father, did fight and did resist, but a lot of them collapsed. And you can have a country under military existential threat that chooses to collapse, to commit suicide, and to die. So there is not an absolute correlation between the threats and the bravery. If you don't have bravery in your mental DNA, in your history and so on, you cannot improvise it. And last thing which I would say is that what in the two cases, Israel and Ukraine, what makes the two armies probably invincible? I really believe that Tzahal is at this moment invincible, impossible to win against it. And same about Ukraine. I think they will win the war. They have to win, and they win, and they will win. And I know I spent a month and month on the front lines documenting the Ukrainian army. I know that by experience. They will win. Why? Because like Israel, they defend two things. They defend their fatherland, and they defend at the same time a sky of values. In Israel, it is the case. Tzahal defends, of course, a ground and earth, but defends also a conception of the world, the summit of the history of a book and Judaism. In Ukraine, it is the same. All the soldiers I met in Kharkiv, in Kherson, in Izium, all over the front, said always two things, really. Number one, we are fighting because we defend our families. Number two, we are fighting because we defend a certain idea of Europe, which means of democracy, of self-government, of a state of law, and so on and so on. And when you have this, the foot on the earth, and a head in the sky, which is the case of Israel and the case of Ukraine, really, you can put all the meat waves that you want in front, like Russia do today. Meat waves, you can put all of that. You can shell as much as you want. Of course, there will be some huge casualties, but you will win. Those who defend at the same time their land and a sky of value, they cannot be defeated. That's really what I think. And we know that's in the ancient Greeks, the speech of Pericles in the War of Peloponnese in Thucydides said exactly that. And we are experiencing it today in Israel and in Ukraine.
Well, you're three of the great experts on European politics, and I can't let you go today without asking the all-important question that a lot of people are wondering about, which is the possibility of Ukrainian accession to the European Union and to NATO. Let's get each of your thoughts. What will it take? What are the big obstacles, and what are your predictions for this happening in the future? Josef.
Let me preface this with something that goes back to the beginning of our conversation. What about the rest of Europe? How come they've come around after lots of hesitation? I think the Europeans, right or left, pacifists or not, bellicist, understand that Ukraine is fighting for them too. They are fighting for the balance of Europe. They are fighting against Russian imperialism. They're fighting to restore an order in Europe which for 77 years has maintained great power peace. So that's why I would think this is the support is going to last for a while. As to the EU, if I look at the rhetoric of governments, there is a general willingness to let them in. With the usual provisos, you have to fight corruption and all that. But I'm quite amazed that the Europeans tried for so long to stay on Russia's good side, are now understanding the big time issue. And while Ukraine, of course, is not going to be admitted into NATO, I think the EU is on the books. The problem with EU membership is it takes a hell of a lot of time before they actually sign the dotted line. But in principle, I'll conclude, yes, it's going to happen. Don't ask me when.
Simone, let's go to you.
Same answer. It's going to happen. I don't know when as well. But as Josef said, I think conceptually and spiritually something has happened, not just in Europe, but I think more generally for liberal democracies. And it's no coincidence. I think I am part of a generation of people who, contrary to my parents and to my grandparents, who had lived both through Nazism and communism, had sort of gotten used to the idea that, democracy, liberal democracy, were there. And I think people had gotten lazy and had started to go through a process of both internally taking liberal democracies apart and letting the European continent be taken apart from foreign actors, whether it's Russia, China, Iran, Qatar, or others, who basically were taking advantage of our weakness. And I think there is generally a clear understanding, whether it's said or implicit or somehow felt, that we have come to a point where we actually have to fight for who we are, what we care about, and what is intrinsically us. So this is, I think, the reason why Ukraine will be part of the European Union, because it is intrinsically linked not only to our future and to the continent itself, but to the very idea of who we are.
Bernard, as you know, there are some well-known intellectuals in the United States who, for the last year, have been arguing that the threat of Ukrainian accession to NATO and to the European Union is part of what justified the war as far as the Russians were concerned in the first place. Now it seems like no one takes those arguments very seriously anymore, and that accession to EU and NATO is part of the end game of this war that the United States and Europe should be interested in. What do you make of that? What would you say?
Yes, what I make of it is that we are discovering how wrong, how stupid were these arguments. We decided not to let Ukraine into EU. We decided to rebuff Ukraine from NATO, and the invasion happened. And we can never, I do think that it is because we did not let Ukraine in NATO that the worst happened, that we are facing this total war at the heart of Europe, that we are facing this escalation, and so on. So the wise solution would have been, since the beginning, since a long time, to start the process of admission of Ukraine in EU and in NATO. As for myself, I remember having written in the French newspaper Le Monde an article in 2008. I did ask that for Georgia, Tbilisi, and for Ukraine. I said with my pal, with my friend, past now, Andrei Glucksmann, we co-signed an op-ed to say that the wisdom was to accept them into EU and into NATO. We were not wise, we, the Westerners, and we pay the price today, and Ukraine pays the highest price. About NATO, things have accelerated a lot. Today, when I compare the situation to what it was in 2008, Ukraine is part of NATO, de facto. Ukraine is in NATO. Not because NATO nations protect Ukraine, Article 5, but because Ukraine protects the West. So, and protect the West behaves as the border of the West and of Europe with our weapons. Ukraine is the place where German weapons, French weapons, American weapons are used in order to protect what has to be called the free world against an imperialist attack from Putin. So what is NATO if not that? So NATO is a de facto thing. About EU, I would just add one point. Nothing new really happened, except that the Ukrainians say the same thing since 10 years. In 2014 on the Maidan, they already said, we are Europeans. They already said, we want to embrace the European constitution. They already died with the European flag in their arms. The only difference between this time and today is that at this time we did not listen. We did not listen. Today, at last, finally, but so late, and after so many deaths, we decided to listen. So Ukrainians did not change. They say the same since 10 years. We change, we pay attention, and now we have to speed. We have to accelerate, and we have to recatch the lost time.
Okay, well, on behalf of the Kyiv Jewish Forum, I want to thank Bernard-Henri Lévy, Yosef Yaffa, Simone Rodin Ben-Zaken. It's been a pleasure speaking with all three of you. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us today, and we'll see you all again soon.
Yevgeny Kornichuk, the ambassador of Ukraine to Israel, had a difficult task. In the conditions of complex Israeli foreign policy to achieve more active support for Ukraine, Mr. Ambassador is our next guest.
I am being joined here today. In fact, I'm honored to be joined by the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Ukraine to the State of Israel, Mr. Ambassador Yevgen Kornichuk. Your Excellency.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. You are joining us live from Kyiv?
Yes, sir.
Tell us, what is the state of Ukrainian-Israeli relations in the context of this phase of the war?
Well, in general, we enjoy the good and friendly relations between two countries. And I should speak separately about the warm feeling of the people, because I think that our two nations are very close, and they have enormous ties between the friends and families. Every probably single second family have some of the relatives coming from Ukraine to Israel, and every single Ukrainian have at least 2, 3, 5 Israeli friends. So people are all right. And of course, I've been ambassador for more than 2 years, and the war brings differences in terms of the relations. Before the war, we was concentrating on investment, promoting the trade. It was a free trade agreement that came into force last year. We was doing the different conferences and invited delegations back and forth, and the life was wonderful and promising. Since the first days of war, we understand the difference. And again, I would say, from the deepness of my heart, how grateful I am to Israeli people, Israeli companies, the NGOs that come up and offer assistance. Our cultural center in Tel Aviv turned to be the big stock for humanitarian aid, with the piles of different goods that was sent to Ukraine. So for the last 3-4 months of war, more than 100,000 tons of humanitarian aid was sent from Israel. And a small amount out of this 100,000 tons was the government support. Mainly it was just the volunteers and the companies and the NGOs. In terms of the cooperation between the governments, I wish we could do more, because clearly it was very good examples of the beginning of the war when Israel opened up the field hospital next to the Polish border. It was the shipments of the generators, it was the shipments of the medical goods, etc. And we do expect we should do more on the defense and security issues. I should say that it was no official delegations from Israel to Ukraine until now, and we are excited to organize now the first visit of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Israel, Mr. Eli Cohen, to Kyiv, and I hope it will happen soon and it will be successful. And in terms of the rest of the issues that we are working on, it is of course the wounded people that have been received by Israeli government and receiving the prosthetics in the different hospitals. It is the joint project providing the early warning system against the missiles and the drones, which we very much need. It's in process. And a few other things that we are working on. Israeli government, the previous government, condemned the Russian aggression. We are voting together at the UN. So we do support each other, but again, as the ambassador of the country that's suffering right now very much, we would love to have more help, and especially in terms of the security.
What concretely?
War,
Your Excellency, what concretely are you asking for? I think we all want to know what concretely more could the Israelis do?
Well, listen, it is the issues that lie on the field of the humanitarian and civil protection. And we discussing the possibility of demining assistance. As you might be aware of, that liberated territories have been Russian army left lots of mines, which bring us the casualties among the civilians, and Israel have a big expertise. So we also do have a lot of expertise, but unfortunately the size of the tragedy is big, and we are keeping up. So we think it's purely civilian matter that can be addressed jointly. Again, we are working on this early warning system, and hopefully the pilot project will be started soon as well. A few other things: support of the President Zelensky 10 Steps to Peace initiative at the UN field and elsewhere. The Grain from Ukraine program. So a few different issues that we're working on together.
I'm sorry, good sir. Tell me, I'm myself from Odessa, so I understand the Black Sea Grain Initiative, of a deal made between the UN, the Turks, the Russian, and the Ukrainian side. But can you explain why it is that the Israelis are a counterparty that you need something from in this situation?
Well, it was a substantial percentage of grain exported from Ukraine by Israel, so they can remain to be the importer, which is important for us to support Ukrainian economy. And they can also help these third world countries, the global south we call, the African countries that are suffering from famine, to assist them to purchase Ukrainian grain as well.
Mr. Ambassador, many people do not understand that the Russian army is also on the Israeli border. Many people do not understand that Jerusalem, like Kyiv, has Russia as its border neighboring country and an army on its border. Is this something that you can describe, explain to people listening at home?
Listen, I will disagree.
Okay.
Of course, it's a certain threat that's coming up from Russia and Syria, but the war in Ukraine changed the game. They changed the picture completely because of Russia withholding most of its troops from Syria. They withholded the fighter planes, and they withholded most of their anti-missile system. So I do believe that still they are controlling and supporting some Syrian forces. So I wouldn't say that the threat is not completely over. But in compared to the Baltic states that have immediate border with Russia and provide enormous support to Ukraine, not just humanitarian but defensive support, this is something incomparable in terms of Israel.
Okay.
I do understand that the certain threat is there, and Israel very careful in terms of the position of Russia. So some of our critics are saying that Israel is sitting on the fence, Israeli government, avoiding to provide us any defensive assistance. And I think it's wrong, especially after Iran come up into the picture and become immediate partner of Russia and providing the Russia with the drones that can attack Israel tomorrow.
Let me push back on that.
Israel could do more.
Look, I hear this argument all the time, but let me just push back on this. It is the case that the Russians are the intermediary between the various parties in that neighborhood and the Israeli Defense Forces, who basically have to deconflict any hit that they need to engage in on Iranian forces or Iranian proxies over the Syrian border on the Golan Heights. It's not completely correct to say that there's no problem really for the Israelis from the Russians. They are a complex, let's say, dancing partner that they have to tango with on their border in order to keep Iranians from having access to the Golan Heights. It's not completely correct to say that it's not a real issue.
Well, again, I am not a defense expert, okay? But I'm discussing that with with the Israeli Ministry of Defense quite oftenly, and with the Israeli intelligence. And they do agree that Russia diminished their presence in Syria substantially by times, which means that the threat might still be there, but it has been diminished because of the war in Ukraine. Those fighter planes and anti-missile system, they all moved to Ukraine. They not disappeared just out to the space. They disappeared from Syria because of the war. So I will not argue that the threat is completely disappeared, but it has been diminished. And for us, when we talk to Israelis, we are speaking just about defensive systems. We are not talking about any offensive weapon. So this is why I do believe it's room for the further support of Ukraine by the Israeli government, releasing the licenses to provide us with anti-missile and anti-drone defense that allow us to save the civilians' life, which is critical for us.
Okay, I get it. This is completely legitimate. This is a chorus of critics that we hear of Israel from Ukraine and all over the world, and it is legitimate criticism. I've engaged in some of it myself. But still, you do understand that Israel has a very, very, very complex relationship with the Russians. It has not just a Ukrainian Jewish diaspora, which I'm part of, also has Russian Jewish diaspora and Russian citizens, hundreds of thousands of them who have family back in Russia. You do understand that it is a complex triangular relationship between Russian Israelis, Ukrainian Israelis, and categories in between. I mean, this is kind of not hard to understand, right, Your Excellency?
Yes, I do understand that, but we also have a huge Jewish community in Ukraine that is suffering since the war started.
Including my own family. Including my own family.
Thousands of people live in their communities in Dnipro, that is having the biggest synagogue in Europe, in Odessa, in Kharkiv, in Kyiv, in Lviv. And the rabbis are staying with their communities, and the communities helping not just Jews, but also Ukrainians. And we are proud to have such a strong Jewish community. It's a integral part of the whole Ukrainian community. Our president is Jewish, and we are proud that he is one of the most powerful politicians in the world at the moment. So we think we can discuss it further, and we can receive some defensive support, not offensive, defensive, which is purely justified, the one that would not be able to kill somebody, but just to protect the civilians' lives. That's what we are talking about.
My own family is in Odessa, so I have skin in the game, and I absolutely hope you get it. But the politics isn't put it to the side. Tell me, so many Americans and American Jews have family roots in Ukraine. What is it that you would like to say to those people watching at home who maybe don't keep track of the issues as closely as we do? If there's one message that you'd like to deliver, especially to the American Jewish community, what would it be?
Well, I'm rather going to be cautious because I am not the ambassador to the United States. Even though I spent substantial amount of time in the States, I got my law degree from the Southern Methodist University, Dallas, Texas. And I used to serve as a diplomat in New York for a while. Listen, I have a huge respect to the American Jewish community. I see how effectively we are in order to move forward the cautiousness of the Israeli government towards more support to Ukraine. And I wish together we would do more. Because I have no doubts that we will survive, we will win this war, and we will build the new democratic Ukraine that we all going to be proud for. So the people that are sitting and watching me now in Boston or Miami or whatever, in California, will say in short future that I am proud that some of my relatives came to the States from Ukraine. And this is a brave nation. And we are proud that we does a lot to help it to survive in such a difficult situation, in such a cruel war that Ukraine is currently surviving. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. And again, I'm sure we could do more together. We could be able to save more people's lives. We could survive, we could win, and we will say thank you to all of you again and again. Thanks for all of your support.
Thank you for joining us here today at the Kyiv Jewish Forum. Your Excellency, I wish you luck. I wish you luck in your endeavors, and it's not an easy job you have. So, thank you again for joining us.
Thank you.
The embassy of the State of Israel in Ukraine was among the first diplomatic missions to return to Kyiv after being evacuated at the beginning of the full-scale invasion. Israeli Ambassador Michael Brodsky raised the flag of Israel in the capital's Perchur district in mid-May. Today, Mr. Ambassador is the guest of Kyiv Jewish Forum.
We are being joined today. I am honored to be joined today by the ambassador of the State of Israel in Ukraine. Live from Kyiv, we're being joined by Ambassador, His Excellency, Mikhail Brodsky.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Sir, can you tell us, you are sitting in Kyiv now, what is the state of relations between Israel and Ukraine?
Well, I think all in all, the relations are really good. We are waiting for our Minister of Foreign Affairs to come over to Kyiv soon. And this will be the first visit of a high-ranked Israeli official to Ukraine over the war. So this is a good sign. This is a sign that we do consider our relations with Ukraine as very important. And in fact, we have very close connections on different level, in different fields, and we are keen to develop these relations further, despite the difficulties, despite the criticism that sometimes is being raised by the Ukrainian officials. I think that both countries need each other, and we are going to explore the potential that exist, and this potential is really huge.
Okay, speaking about that criticism, is it legitimate? Could Israel be doing more?
Of course, I think any criticism is legitimate, especially one that is being raised by a country which is at war, at a very serious, brutal war and aggression against its people and its territory. But on the other hand, I think that people in Ukraine do understand the complexity of the Israeli situation. They do understand that Israel is a special country in a very special situation, which has its own red lines. and it cannot afford crossing these red lines, because it will end up in escalation of the Middle Eastern crisis, and might end up in another war in the Middle East. So this is something we cannot afford. But otherwise, we keep assisting Ukraine. We keep providing very essential, very crucial assistance, mainly humanitarian assistance to Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. And just today, just to give an example, 2 more wounded soldiers came to Israel and were warmly accepted in Israel. They came for prosthetics, they came for rehabilitation. And this is just one example of a very vital assistance that Israel is providing to Ukraine.
What other kinds of assistance are Israelis providing to Ukraine?
Well, it's a long list. From the very beginning of the war, Israel has provided very important assistance to Ukraine. Just to mention a few examples, the field hospital that was deployed in Western Ukraine and which provided assistance to more than 6,000 people, both locals and refugees. We've shipped to Ukraine tens of tons of medicine, of medical devices, of food, water, you name it. We've accepted in Israel wounded soldiers, as I mentioned, children with oncological diseases, and so on. I can continue speaking about the assistance that was provided by Israel for long. And I also should mention hundreds of people who participated both physically and online in trainings provided by Israel on different issues, including the post-trauma rehabilitation, management and adoption of the educational system to the situation of war, and so on. And this cooperation, this assistance continues. As our foreign minister, the newly appointed foreign minister, said that Israel is keen to expand the humanitarian assistance to Ukraine, and this will be one of the issues that will be definitely raised during his upcoming visit here in Kyiv.
When is the visit, and what will the
visit is supposed to take place in a few days. We're still finalizing the details, but this is a very important visit. As I mentioned, it's the first visit of a high-ranked Israeli officials, and I'm sure we'll discuss all the issues that are on the agenda, on the either bilateral agenda or the international agenda, and we have a lot of things to discuss with the Ukrainians.
All right. Speaking of things to discuss and being in the same boat, let's talk about Iran. Let's talk about the Iranian drones. Let's talk about the situation where Ukrainian infrastructure is being bombed by Iranian-made drones, cheap ones, so-called suicide drones, but effective when they are sent in large waves. I should also say my own family in Odessa are sitting much of a day without electricity because the infrastructure in their part of town has been blown up by these Iranian drones. So this is, for me, deeply personal. Let's talk about that, sir.
Yeah, well, we are following it very closely. We are very worried by the military cooperation between Russia and Iran. We know that these drones aiming at critical infrastructure in Ukraine or at people in Ukraine can be tomorrow used against the Israeli infrastructure or against the Israeli civilians. So this is a very dangerous situation. We have conversation about it with our Ukrainian colleagues. We have channels of communications. We change our experience, and we have certain collaboration on this. Definitely, this is something which is of huge concern both for the Ukrainians and for the Israelis. So we're definitely on the same page. Iran is a clear danger for Ukraine. Iran is a clear danger for Israel, for the Middle East. And we see the Iranian issue eye to eye with the Ukrainian leadership and with the Ukrainian people.
Could we go so far as to say that de facto Ukraine and Israel are allies in a war against Iran, where Iran is now a junior partner in this war of Russia against Ukraine? Can it be said that Israel and Ukraine are now de facto allies?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are allies in our war, in war against Ukraine and in our attempts to prevent Ukraine from supporting terrorism, from becoming nuclear. This is a very important issue which will be on the table, will be discussed during the upcoming visit. It's one of the issues, but it is a very important issue for both for Ukraine and for Israel. And we have lots of things to discuss about it. We have lots of information to share, and we will do it.
Okay. So reading the American news sources, newspapers, CNN over last week, there's been a spate of stories by experts such as my friend Anshel Pepfer of Haaretz, who's also a writer for The Economist, writing for American audiences saying that there seems to be on the horizon a breakthrough in the, let's say, what is called de facto neutrality of Israel on the Russia-Ukraine issue. Would you say that that is correct or not?
Well, first of all, the neutrality is definitely not the right word to describe the Israeli position, because from the very beginning, we've been very clear, and our position has been very clear. We denounced unequivocally the Russian aggression against Ukraine. We not just voted in favor of the anti-war resolution and not just supported it, but we became co-sponsors of this resolution, co-authors of this resolution in the United Nations. So our stance, our position is absolutely clear. And as I said from the very beginning, we provided very essential assistance. Our Prime Minister said that he's looking into our policies concerning the security collaboration with Ukraine. And I have nothing to add to this. This is the situation. We have a new government in place, the new foreign minister, the new minister of defense. So they are looking into this policy. But all in all, our position is absolutely clear. We support Ukraine. We will continue supporting Ukraine, and we are part of the West in terms of our position towards this war.
Okay. Is there anything else that you would want to explain, especially to those in our audience who may be not so au courant on this issue? Something that, you know, you get asked a lot by your interlocutors in Kyiv especially, that maybe to American Jews or to Americans watching at home is not so obvious?
Well, one of the issues that I've been dealing with, especially recently, is the future rebuilding of Ukraine, the post-war rehabilitation of Ukraine. And I believe that Israel will become a very active partner of Ukraine in the process of rehabilitation, of rebuilding of Ukraine, and we've already started some work on this issue. And I should mention President Zelensky saying that Ukraine will eventually become a big Israel with its own face. So we are now, with our Ukrainian colleagues, trying to figure out how exactly Ukraine can become a big Israel, which technologies, which know-how, which experience will be useful for Ukraine in this process of recovering after war. And I'm absolutely confident that Israel will play a very important role in this process.
All right. One last question, Your Excellency, if you do have a moment. There is concern in Ukraine that there was kind of a moment where Ukrainians coming to Israel were having technical issues at the border. Has that been resolved?
Yes, I'm happy to say that this has been resolved. Although, as any other country, Israel has the right to prevent anyone from any foreign citizens from entering the country, and this is the situation. But it's not different to what was before the war. But the problem which existed at the beginning of the war with the Ukrainian refugees, this has been resolved, and all the additional demands have been dropped, and now we basically came back to the situation which existed before the war of visa-free regime, and we keep this regime. We'll keep it with Ukraine regardless the current situation in Ukraine, regardless the ongoing war. We'll keep receiving Ukrainian citizens according to the bilateral agreements that exist.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Ambassador, for your time. Thank you for everything you've done for the Israeli-Ukrainian relationship. Thank you for joining us at the Kyiv Jewish Forum, and I hope to see you next time I'm in Kyiv.
What impact has Russia's war against Ukraine had on the Ukrainian and global economy? A well-known American economist, Tyler Cohen, a professor at George Mason University, will share his opinions.
I'm very pleased to be here today with Tyler Cowen, who needs no introduction. Tyler is simply one of the most influential public intellectuals in the English-speaking world and beyond. He blogs at Marginal Revolution, he writes at Bloomberg, he podcasts at Conversations with Tyler, teaches at George Mason University, and many other ventures besides. And the great thing about Tyler being a polymath is you can ask him pretty much any question about any topic and he'll have a learned and thoughtful answer. So this being the Kyiv Jewish Forum, today we'll spend our time with Tyler talking about all things related to the current war in Ukraine. So Tyler, first of all, welcome and thanks for being here.
Hello, Jeremy. Happy to chat with you.
So let's jump right in. First question. You're a great reader of fiction. You're an observer of foreign policy. I believe you also have a Russian or former Soviet contingent in your own family. So first question, what can we learn and what have you learned from the history of Russian literature about Russian foreign policy?
Former Soviet would be the correct designation. My wife is part Jewish and part Armenian, grew up in Moscow. Now you ask about Russian literature. If you look at, say, Pushkin or Lermontov or Tolstoy, the overall vision of Russian literature I take to be fairly Moscow-centric, fairly imperialistic. The same you could say for American literature, by the way, just to be fair. And, you read something like Gogol's Taras Bulba, there's the sense of other parts of the empire being outsiders or being wild or barbaric, and maybe they're interesting or fascinating, but they're viewed very much as the other. And there's a sense that in terms of intellectual or, political center of gravity, that they really don't compare to the center of Mother Russia herself. So I had an exchange on Twitter with Daniel Dresner. He did not predict the war in Ukraine, and I did predict the war against Ukraine. And I said on Twitter, well, if you had read Russian literature carefully, you probably would have done better than most political scientists. And Daniel tweeted back at me that this is absurd, but it's not absurd, right? Ideas really matter, and ideas of a country are reflected in its literature. And if you know Russian literature, later Soviet literature, you will have the sense that many people in Russia, not just, Putin or a small number of leaders, regard a lot of what is around them as in some sense theirs.
A favorite of mine, I think yours as well, is Haji Murad. I take it to be a kind of late example in Tolstoy's life of an attempt to be a counterexample to that tradition, some kind of acknowledgement of how the Russians treat the people that they consider to be on their periphery. What do you think about that story?
Haji Murad is a complex novella. It's read many different ways. I think it's usually misread. I think of it as a critique of the myth of Haji Murad, that he's supposed to be this very glamorous Osama bin Laden type figure who performs all these feats of daring and daring. But when you actually look at his life and dissect all the different accounts, the narratives are based on a lot of falsehoods, and he's in fact some bumbling guy, and that we ought not to glorify so much the opposition to the Russian Empire. Now, again, that's maybe an unusual reading, but I've taught Haji Murad, 7 or 8 times, and I'm pretty sure that's what Tolstoy had in mind.
Interesting. Okay, next question. This is kind of about the future and potential of Ukraine. Do you think Ukraine could become the kind of Israel or maybe Singapore of Europe? In other words, what I'm asking is, are there any elements of the right kind of path dependency in Ukraine's history that would give you confidence in its future as a fully independent, self-governing entity with the state capacity to be economically successful and politically cohesive? What are your thoughts there?
I don't feel that I'm very good at predicting the future from current margins. One amazing feature Israel had in its favor is just how much talent was pouring into Israel. One amazing feature Singapore had in its favor was it had a near perfect location at a time when the rise of Asia more generally was such a thing. And it was, a trading post, financial center, many other things, and it had, developed high trust and a lot of political stability. It's not obvious to me that Ukraine will have those features, and I'm very worried about just how much talent is leaving Ukraine. Noah Karl had a very good piece online about the demographic challenges facing Ukraine. On the positive side, Ukrainian territory has for a long time been the home for a remarkable degree of talent. It's right in the center of Europe. It has a reasonable chance of joining the European Union. I haven't been to Ukraine since the war, but second, third hand, the notion that the war is leading to a true reshaping of the Ukrainian national identity and a new emphasis on actually succeeding because it's an existential question, all those are major factors operating in Ukraine's favor. So I can see some strong minuses, I can see some strong pluses. I think talent will, in a sense, be the ultimate battlefield. Does talent stay in Ukraine? I myself working to try to help that out in a number of regards. But I don't have a prediction. I wish I did.
Can you tell us just for a moment about your efforts to locate and assist talent in Ukraine?
Well, I run a project called Emergent Ventures, which is a new way of doing philanthropy at very low overhead. And part of Emergent Ventures covers Ukraine. So just yesterday, we made a grant to a group of 2 people in Ukraine to basically cultivate and train future math Olympiad winners in Ukraine. And these are people working in Ukraine, and they now have some more financial resources. So, my vision that talent is central to the future of Ukraine and indeed just about everywhere else. So to help people in extraordinarily dire circumstances continue with their efforts to build up, recruit, and encourage talent, I think there's really nothing more important than that.
Let's stay on the issue of talent for a moment. You wrote a piece in 2018, so I assume this is the last time you were in Ukraine, about your favorite things Ukraine, and just the list of Ukrainian composers, pianists, violinists, novelists, painters, filmmakers, etc. over the last, let's say, 150 years is just incredible. How do you explain the enormous talent generated from what we now call Ukraine over the last century plus? And if you have any particular favorites in mind, please do share them with us.
First, let's not forget chess players, right? Russian culture has been extraordinarily dynamic up until some point after the Bolshevik Revolution. What you could call Central European, Austro-Hungarian, Germanic culture, Polish culture has been remarkably dynamic up until some particular points in the middle of the 20th century. And Ukraine was sandwiched between those 2, major players of creativity. And Ukraine itself as a territory contributed a remarkable amount to so many areas. We can talk about those if you'd like. So it's not at all surprising. Virtually everyone around them is part of this interchange, with Ukraine being both the sender and receiver of new ideas. And so if you look at, say, classical music, classical music pianism is a favorite area of mine. Like, who's Ukrainian, who isn't? If someone's Jewish, are they Ukrainian? Do they have to be full Ukrainian? What if they were born in Galicia and that later became part of Poland? What if they're part ethnic Russian? I mean, I can't sort any of that out for you. But just like territorially, you have Emil Galiles, Vladimir Horowitz, Richter, possibly the 3 greatest romantic classical pianists of all time, and they're all born in Ukraine. And what does that tell you? It's not an accident.
So let's just stay on that for one more moment. I mean, I know you don't want to make any specific predictions about the future, but what does it make you think about the future of Ukraine, that the land of Ukraine itself has produced some of the greatest human capital in history, but also, as you say, that for so many of its greatest talents, it's still unclear whether they can be properly understood as Ukrainians? I mean, what does that historical pattern make you think about the current war and what the prospects are for Ukraine's kind of continued ability to remain independent?
Well, this is just my speculation. I'm not there. I'm not Ukrainian. But the notion that if there is going to be a turnaround in Ukraine, formation of a new and more solid and sounder national identity through the war itself has to be a big part of that. That would be what you might call my historical intuition, based upon a lot of other instances of history, that places that were not seen as nations become nations. Also, the past really matters. So Israel, of course, is now Israel. The fact that there is a much older historic Israel was critically important toward Israel evolving how it has evolved, and that it didn't end up in Uganda or Madagascar or somewhere else that would really not have been well suited for those national aspirations. So the fact that Ukraine has this glorious cultural past, I do think will prove important for this attempt to build a new Ukrainian identity. But if it's the case moving forward that everyone's just confused, like what's Ukraine, are we Russian, which parts really belong to Russia, I mean, that's probably not going to go very well. So some kind of flip of the switch is required. Again, from a distance, I feel like I'm seeing it, but I don't feel that I'm qualified to be the person telling you, oh, this is really happening.
A question you've posed many times in the recent past: is Germany still a part of the Western alliance from what you've seen over the last year or so?
Maybe we need a Hegelian dialectical answer for a question about Germany. So no doubt Germany still thinks it's part of the Western alliance and feels like it is. But it seems to me a lot of Germany wants to have its cake and eat it too. So there was this rather cozy arrangement where Germany got cheap energy from Russia and exported a lot of high-quality manufactured goods to China. And Russia and China, not exactly the two most friendly nations with America, NATO and the Western alliance. So Germany wanted to have it both ways. For a long time, it was able to have it both ways. At current margins, they can't really have it both ways now. I also think, and I speak German, I've lived in Germany, a pretty significant portion of the German public likes Russia in some fundamental way, or doesn't like America, or at least sees Russia as a counterbalance to American cultural power and a counterbalance to the German military dependence on the United States. So Russia, even now, is not as unpopular in Germany as it ought to be. And some of the things Putin and other members of the Russian elite, will say on TV about the United States, you hear related claims like that in German politics, and you have for a long time, even early 20th century. So Germany needs to up its defense spending. They seem incapable of really doing that, get its act together, be more willing to arm Ukraine, realize they need to do a fundamental rethink of their entire national stance. And until they do that, they'll be a 1 foot in, 1 foot out member of the Western alliance. I think that's not good enough. But of course, that's up to them. But I think they need to show more decisiveness along a number of margins.
There's been increasing speculation recently that maybe the center of gravity is going to shift east in Europe and in NATO and in the European Union, maybe as a result of this war. So Poland, maybe Ukraine, a little bit on the outside, the Baltic countries, some countries in Northern Europe, being more drivers of European policy than the traditional Franco-German condominium. Do you think that's it's too soon to tell, it's too speculative, or do you see a real future for that kind of arrangement?
No, I don't think it's a prediction. I think it's now a reality. Poland has become a remarkably important nation once again. Not talking about the future here. Poland roughly is growing at about 4% a year for quite some number of years. I'm not saying they'll keep the 4% rate, but on that trajectory, they can surpass, say, British living standards in 10 to 12 years. Militarily speaking, they've just become leader of a region. They've been a leader taking in Ukrainian refugees. I was in Poland for, the third time, just this November, just to sort of feel the energy in the streets. I think they're building a remarkably effective nation. I don't agree with all of their decisions. I wish they were less, I'm not sure what the right word is. I wish there were less anti-Semitism there, would be part of it. I wish there was some kind of nationalism that they wouldn't take quite so seriously. But most, they're doing far more right than what they're doing wrong, and we should all pay more attention to Poland.
How do you see Ukraine's economic prospects over the next, let's say, 1 to 2 years, given its financial constraints and its limited ability to get its hands on dollars and funding other than through official aid channels from America and Europe? I mean, unfortunately, if the war doesn't end sometime this year, and that would seem like an optimistic scenario, the question of financing, both for the war itself and for things like pensions and the normal functioning of Ukrainian society is going to become a lot more severe. I mean, what are their options?
I think the economic front depends almost entirely on the military scenarios. I really cannot predict those. I don't have the knowledge. I'm not sure anyone does. But in my view, the long run for economic reasons favors Russia. So when I'm trying to assess how the conflict is going, I'm not so interested in, the map where the troops are, where the lines are, but just if it continues through attrition, that in my view strongly favors Russia. So I view the situation as having a good deal of urgency. I don't know exactly who should do what, again, above my pay grade. But the economic situation cannot go well unless the military situation goes, not just well, but better. You could say, well, it's gone remarkably well so far. I think that's true relative to expectations, but it still, in some way or another, has to go better yet.
I know you've talked often and written often about how the question of some future use of nuclear weapons, whether related to this conflict or otherwise, is a kind of underrated concern in the world, or it has been at least up until the last year. I mean, how do you think about the nuclear question in relation to this war? I think there's been some concern over the last year that maybe the chances of a Russian nuclear strike might actually go up, the more likely it seems that the Ukrainians could in some way be victorious in the war. I mean, how do you kind of game theorize these scenarios? I know it's terrifying to think about and talk about, but it seems like another issue of increasing urgency.
Elites are now awake to the risk, and they were not until recently. I've thought for decades we are strongly underrating the risk of potential nuclear conflict. Wouldn't have to be, in or near Ukraine, but there's a recency bias in how humans interpret data. Well, this hasn't happened for a long time. HIV/AIDS aside, which is viewed as sort of a separate problem, unjustly, I would say, but it has been viewed that way. People thought, well, we can't all have a major pandemic. It hasn't happened in so long. That turned out to be wrong. The last time a nuclear weapon went off used against humans was 1945. It's a long time ago. So we developed the same set of pathological modes of thinking and start believing something like climate change, which I do take very seriously, to be clear. But we start thinking that's the existential risk, not nuclear weapons. And I think that's quite wrong. Now, I cannot, game out for you Putin's thinking. And there's the general question, like, how rational is Putin? But I would just return to the point, ideas really matter, and countries truly believe things, for better or worse. It's true for every country, whether you like or dislike what that country is doing. And to try to understand the game theoretic problems they face, start with what do the people in that country actually and truly believe. And I, again, without being there, but I worry, based on what I observe, how many people in Russia, and I don't just mean Putin, believe that it is now their war or there's some justness to their territorial claims. And indeed, as you know, since Catherine the Great in the 18th century, most of the years since then, some version of Russia has in fact controlled some version of Ukraine. So there's also status quo bias in people's thinking. At some point, people start believing it is theirs. Again, America has a lot of the same problems. We took a lot of territory from Mexico. We now think it's ours. You can debate that, but the point is Americans think it's theirs, and you're not going to talk them out of that. And I think that's a useful analogy for understanding why, in some ways, public opinion in Russia might be so sticky.
Let's close with two questions about the United States. First, how do you see support for Ukraine playing out as a U.S. domestic political issue over the next couple of years? I mean, do you see the more or less bipartisan consensus we've seen over the last year as being durable, or do you take the threats we've heard from parts of the GOP and elsewhere seriously?
As far as I can tell, the bipartisan consensus is durable. I think there's a tendency in media to latch onto any argument that they feel will make the Republicans look bad, either in their own eyes or the eyes of their readers. So if there's any blip of information that Republicans are hesitating in supporting Ukraine, that gets blown out of proportion. I don't see, under anything like current circumstances, the electoral gain for Republicans in abandoning Ukraine. So on that, I would very cautiously predict that something like the status quo will in broad terms continue. Now, if Putin uses a nuclear weapon, what happens to American opinion then? Again, I'm not sure prediction is the useful way to approach this, but historically, when other countries escalate America becomes more interested, for better or worse, than less interested. So I think it would surprise me if America then said, "Oh, a nuke went off. We've got to get out of here." I wouldn't expect that.
Okay, final question, and it's a complicated one, but kind of the ultimate one. I mean, from your point of view, what is the ultimate result that the U.S. is trying to achieve or should be trying to achieve in Ukraine? Is it some sort of clear Ukrainian victory, including the reclamation of all previously lost territories? Is it a negotiated settlement that includes the permanent loss of some Ukrainian territory? Is it guarantees of accession or non-accession to NATO in the EU? Regime change in Moscow? I mean, these are all the possibilities you hear about a lot, and I think it would be interesting for our audience to hear. What's your sense of what the U.S. is actually trying to achieve, and what should it be trying to achieve?
I would be cautious about thinking of the U.S. as a unitary entity in this regard, but the best way I have of modeling American governmental behavior is simply we look around, we see a number of options that appear entirely unacceptable, we rule those out, and then we do what's left. You can debate whether or not that's a good way of making decisions, but if the options that appear unacceptable are indeed unacceptable, maybe it's all you've got. So that's where I think we're at. I'm not sure how good a way that is of making decisions, but I don't think we have a clear long-run vision. Across a lot of time horizons, that may not matter, but at some point it has to matter, right? So we didn't have that with the Second Iraq War, and it was a huge mistake and cost us very dearly. At the moment, you can say we don't need it. That might be right. But again, eventually we need to get our act together and figure out what we really want to happen there. I'm not sure we're capable of that. Maybe United States is better moving along the path of just ruling out all the unacceptable options, and we'll just see how good or bad that turns out to be.
Okay, well, Tyler Cowan, this has been great. Thanks very much. And on behalf of the Kyiv Jewish Forum, thanks for your time, and we'll see you again soon.
And Ukraine has had great chess players. Thank you, Jeremy. Take care.
That's it for day one of the 2023 Kyiv Jewish Forum. Please feel free to share this with your friends and followers on social media and let us know what you think in the comments on YouTube. We'll see you tomorrow. Please see the program on our website. Thank you for watching.